No, no. When you speak,
我来拼，咱俩看吧。就是固定那个。
我不是今还有个事情，是这个山。
不能这个不能。
我这个东北中还可以是。
当家电视看不到啊。没事，不用看了，这边有。
还有呢，这个我没动还有。我直接上去的。
One of the largest campuses in Japan, located in Tsukuba Science City. The University of Tsukuba has attracted students from more than 110 countries and regions with many degree programs. Close historical ties with the Olympic and Paralympic Games. World-changing, cutting-edge research. Diverse sports activities and clubs in the campus. Tsukuba Science City is the largest leading-edge R&D center in Japan.
to the sky. Right before our eyes, our lives are coming into shape. With each breath we take, we find the reason why we've come together in this place. Tell me, can you see the future looking back at you? Tell me, can you hear the message carried in the winds to your heart? Imagine the future. We shall go together, our hearts joined as one. Move ahead, take a step and carry on. Imagine the future. We shall go together, walk hand in hand, make a future that changes the world. At the morning light, as brand new days begin, our endless dreams are written in the pages of the sky. Upon the waves of time, we sail across the seas, sails guided by the winds of dreams. Times are always changing, changing, even you and me. Changing all together, we can find the power that's deep inside. Imagine the future. We shall go together. Keep moving us forward. Look up high to the future of the stars. Future of the stars. Imagine the future. We shall go together. Open your mind. Make a world that changes us all. Our wings open wide, we can fly above it all to a place of wonders that we have never seen. Don't be afraid, for you are not alone. We'll be together through it all. Tell me, can you feel the future growing inside yourself? Tell me, will you let it grow into a wonderful, brand new world? Imagine the future.
Good evening or good morning, our participants.
音切って。
There is an echo.
Dear our participants.
Bonjour. Bonjour.
Conference. First, thank you for your participation. This webinar is recorded and distributed through YouTube. By using the chat box on YouTube, you can post questions to speakers. Registered participants can receive the certification from the event host, Center of Research on International Cooperation in Education Development, CRICED, University of Tsukuba, if you answer the corresponding questionnaire. The URL will be announced somewhere in the meeting. For speakers and guests on Zoom, please be aware of the following. Turn off the microphone and camera unless you are speaking. Use the raise hand function of Zoom when you have questions and comments. Turn on the camera during the photo session. Keep Zoom chat available during the meeting. Here is the schedule of CRICED-Tsukuba Conference 2023. Please notice the conference will be held for 2 days, April 14th and 15th. Thank you, and it's 7:30. Let's begin the opening session. I'd like to invite Dr. Yui Hope Chen, who will moderate this session.
Depending on where you are today, a very good evening, a very good morning, and a very good afternoon to all of you who are here with us at the ICDME Tsukuba Conference 2023. This is our second conference since we started the International Cooperation Development in Mathematics Education Group last year. We had our first conference, and this is our second conference, and we are indeed honored to have all of you here joining us. I hope the transmission is okay.
Yes,
I hope you can hear
okay.
me well, but I can hear a lot of echo. I hope everything will be all right. To begin today, let us welcome the welcoming address by the chair of the local organizing committee, Professor Masami Isoda. Masami Isoda, you're welcome. Please, your address, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Che. Hello, everyone.
なんでさんとも
I am Masami Soda. Speaker. A member of International Program Committee and Local Organizing Committee and the host of the conference, ICDME Year 2023. On behalf of International Program Committee, Dr. Wihok Che, Dr. Arne Jacobson, Dr. Benedette Dennis, Dr. Yuriko Yamamoto Baldwin, Dr. Mercy Kazima, and Local Organizing Committee, Dr. Takuya Baba, I sincerely open ICDME Tsukuba conference. First of all, I would like to acknowledge all of you for contribution and participation, especially current president of ICMI, Dr. Frederick Leon, former vice president of ICMI, Dr. Angel Luis, and Dr. former secretary of ICMI, Dr. Abraham Alkali, and the president of Japan Society of Mathematical Education, Dr. Yoshinori Shimizu, and the supporting organization, Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA. The ICDME was established based on, as Dr. Che mentioned, the ICDME was established based on the topic study group at ICME Shanghai, year 2021, and we already held first ICDME conference in February, year 2022. Thus, ICDME 2023 is the second conference for us. This conference focuses on international cooperation in mathematics education. Especially this year, we focus on curricula and its implementation under international cooperation. Sub-theme 1 is the universal and local context of mathematics curricula. Sub-theme 2 is the transition across the various levels of mathematics curriculum. And of pandemic and post-pandemic era on teaching and learning of mathematics. On this occasion, I would like to briefly introduce the host, CRICED and the University of Tsukuba. The history of our university dates back to the normal school established by the Japanese government in 1872 as the first higher education institution in Japan. Under the new school code, we have produced 3 Nobel Prize laureates, as well as over 40 Olympic gold medalists. We are also one of Japanese leading national universities aiming to realize global trust. In relation to origin of higher normal school, we led educational innovation in Japan. Lesson study is a method for developing curricula and better teaching method that was first introduced in 1873 at the affiliate elementary school for implementation of Pestalozzi method. Lesson study fostered the learning community in Japanese teachers and schools, and since 1980s, lesson study has been deployed overseas. On these basis, post-institution, the Center for Research on International Cooperation in Educational Development was established in year 2002. Since establishment, we have been working together in APEC, ASEAN, and UNESCO. Once again, invited panelists and speakers, as well as 797 participants through YouTube. Now we open the ICDME 2023. Thank you. Next speaker, Dr. Che.
Next, we will have the address by the President of the Japan Society for Mathematical Education, Professor Yoshinori Shimizu.
Good morning, hello, and good evening, everyone from all the parts of the world. Professor Frederick Leon, the President of International Commission of Mathematical Instruction, and distinguished guests for the plenary panels, and the respected members of the organizing committee of this conference, and the ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure and honor to celebrate the opening of ICDME Tsukuba conference in 2023 on behalf of Japan Society of Mathematical Education and
I'm sorry, there seems no sound in the YouTube. We'll play it again. Sorry.
good morning, hello, and good evening, everyone from all the parts of the world. Professor Frederick Leon, the President of International Commission of Mathematical Instruction, and distinguished guests for the plenary panels, and the respected members of the organizing committee of this conference, and the ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure and honor to celebrate the opening of ICDME Tsukuba conference in 2023 on behalf of Japan Society of Mathematical Education and of Mathematics Education Community in Japan. I would like to welcome the participants to the conference and express my sincere greetings to all of you from the hosting country. Professor Isoda, the chair of LOC, informed me that given the great success of the ICDME Tsukuba conference in February last year, he hosted another conference this year with the theme of issues and challenges of international cooperation in math education. We mathematics educators have a belief that mathematics as a common international language for all the scientific endeavor does have a power to play key roles in supporting human communication and human logical thinking. Mathematics education, then, is one of the most important school subjects and is important not only for the students to learn in school, but also those beyond the schools. So given the current situation around the world in general, and the war in Ukraine in particular, I believe that it's most important that we should have mutual understanding, even we do have different perspectives on the issues and the challenges surrounding us. I just wanted to emphasize here that it is not just communicating with each other, but expanding and deepening our communication among differences. In order to cut the chain of hatred and to stop the wars, we should understand each other and accept differences and diversities. Peace might be arising from these understandings and acceptance, I believe. In this long-run process, mathematics education can have a specific role to establish the basis for the democracy. And this conference will be a key platform, not only for mathematics educators, but also for policymakers and the mass media, the parents, all the stakeholders of education. Finally, I would like to express my hope for all the participants to really enjoy the 2 days conference and exchange ideas and perspectives on the cooperation and development in mathematics education around the world. Next year in July, ICDME 15 will be held in Sydney. So I think this organization could be a chance to have a face-to-face meeting there. So I hope this will be realized. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. First of all, to Masami Soda for the welcoming address, and also Professor Yoshinori Shimizu for his address. Let us now move on to the next item for today, which is the highlight here is the keynote address by Professor Frederick Leung. Let me give you a brief introduction to Professor Frederick Leung, who actually doesn't need any introduction, as he's so well known to all of us here. Professor Frederick is currently the president of the International Commission on Mathematical Instruction. He is also the endowed professor and the Kim Toy Professor in Mathematics Education at the University of Hong Kong. He was the member at large of ICMI Executive Committee between 2003 and 2009, and was the recipient of the 2013 Hans Friedenthal Medal. Without any further ado, I shall pass the time to Professor Frederick.
Thank you, Chair, for the introduction. Can you see my screen well?
Yes.
Can you hear me well? Okay, thank you very much. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizer of this ICDME Tsukuba conference for inviting me to give a presentation. It's so good to see many old friends. We miss each other because of COVID, and it's also good to see many new faces. I know I have 25 minutes, so I'll try to stick to this 25 minutes. And there may not be time for question and answers, but I would welcome any feedback through email. I'll give you my email address at the end of the presentation. So the theme of this conference is issues in international cooperation and development in mathematics education. So I'm going to talk about issues in international cooperation in math education. So this is the outline of my talk. So I'll talk about what is international cooperation in math education, and then I'll, being the president of ICMI, I will say something about ICMI and international cooperation in math education. And then I'll zoom in to two issues. One is about international large-scale studies in math education, and the other is about international cooperation and cultural differences. Maybe what is international cooperation is clear, but I think we should consider what it is, why we need international cooperation, and how do we conduct international cooperation. So originally I intend to go through this one by one, but when I was preparing for this presentation, I find that actually the three, the what, the why, and the how, are very closely related to each other. So what is international cooperation. Now, in literature, sometimes we have this term collaboration. So some people will use cooperation and collaboration interchangeably. Some people will avoid the word collaboration because it is associated with, collaborating with your enemy and that sort of thing. But when I look up the dictionary for these two terms, I find that actually there's a subtle difference between the two. Now, cooperation, as we all know, it involves more than one party getting together to achieve some goals, right? But getting together as one party, can be cooperation or collaboration or consultancy, right? So when I look up the word cooperation, actually it means working with each other or with others to achieve some goal, your own goal. So we may be working with each other, we cooperate, but we may have our own goals, which may be different from each other. Whereas collaboration, in the very narrow sense of the word, means that we work together to produce something together and achieve some shared goals. So I think in our context, I think we would maybe referring more to collaboration than to cooperation, because in most cases, when we get together, we don't have our own goal. We have a common goal in mind, and we collaborate on those goals, right? So cooperation is more a sort of distribution of labor, right? So we distribute the labor and then we achieve some goals of our own. But collaboration, we get together and work to produce some common goals. Now there's a further word, consultancy, which sometimes is also a kind of cooperation. I happen to serve as consultant for the World Bank for some project, and I help some countries, in particular Indonesia, in some of their projects. But this idea is a bit different from collaboration or cooperation, because there's this notion of helping. Consultancy is helping. So theoretically, it should be helping other people to achieve their goals. But unfortunately, in some of the consultancy, the consultants, they have their own goals in mind, right? So for example, let me give you an example. When I was working with the World Bank, I think the bank stressed very much, one of their agenda is to achieve decentralization, because as you may know that in some country, for example, Indonesia, education is very centralized, right? But the World Bank has an agenda, in all their consultancy, they want to achieve decentralization. Now, I'm not talking about whether centralization or decentralization is good, but I'm just talking about that the consultants may have their own goal, their own agenda in mind when consulting, which should not happen in cooperation and collaboration, because cooperation, we each have our own goal, and in collaboration, we have a shared goal, and not one imposing a goal on another. So I think it's important that we get this clarified. We are talking about cooperation, collaboration here, and not about consultancy. Now, why do we need to cooperate? What's the purpose of collaboration or cooperation? I think this is based on the assumption that I have something that you don't have, and you have something that I don't have. So we cooperate to tap on what we each other have. If I have something which you don't have, but all you have, I already have, then there's no cooperation, because I am the superset. I have everything that you have. So in all cooperation, we have the assumption that each of us have something that is lacking, and we depend on the other to contribute a bit. So this is different from consultancy, because in consultancy, there is this assumption that I am the consultant, I have things that you don't have, so I'm here to help you, to teach you, but you don't have anything to contribute. So this is not cooperation. Cooperation always have the assumption that there's something that I don't have, and there's something that you don't have. And then we cooperate, and hopefully 1 + 1 is greater than 2. That is, through cooperation, we achieve something more than each of us do separately can achieve. And this understanding of what cooperation is and why we cooperation determines how international cooperation to be conducted. So in all cooperation, there should not be an imposition of one party on the other on how the cooperation is to be done. Because the assumption is that we each lack something, so we depend on the other. We are not independent, we are interdependent. So in all cooperation, we should have this mutual respect, mutual dependency. Now, I must add in one more concept, which is competition. Now, should there be an element of competition in cooperation? Now, there's this famous saying, there's no competition, there's no progress. So in cooperating, should we compete so that there's progress? Is competition an essential element of cooperation? Now, I would argue that it's not a must, although I don't exclude competition in cooperation. There can be positive competition, but it can be pure cooperation without competition, right? And it is very relevant, especially when I come to this international large-scale studies, because many of these large-scale studies, the element of competition is very strong. I'll come back to this. Okay, so I'll move on to my next item, which, I apologize for some advertisement. I'm going to talk about the role of ICMI in international collaboration in math education. Now, if you visit our website, the purposes of ICMI, in our website, it said that the International Commission on Mathematical Instruction is a worldwide organization devoted to research and development in mathematics education at all levels. Its purposes are promote international program or activities and publications that improve the collaboration, exchange, and dissemination of ideas and information on all aspects of the theory and practice of contemporary mathematics education. So when we say promote international program, there is already, an element or assumption of cooperation there, right? We are not just talking about individual countries. We want to promote international programs of activities and publications. Second, we want to foster effort to improve the quality of mathematics teaching and learning worldwide. Again, when we say worldwide, there's an assumption of cooperation there. So we want to promote international programs, activities. The goal is to improve quality of education, not just in one country, but in all parts of the world. And of course, we support and assist in conferences and activities of our affiliated organization, especially the International Congress on Mathematical Education, which our host talked about. The next one will be in Sydney, July 2024. Now, there are many activities that ICMI is involved in, but I want to highlight this capacity and networking project, the CAMP, because it is a very important cooperation activities that we have. I know that one presenter, Maitri, will be talking about CAM in his presentation. So I just want to highlight here that CAM is a major developmental focus of IMU and ICMI in conjunction with UNESCO and the International Congress of Industrial and Applied Mathematics. So these international bodies, including ICMI, we share this common focus of enhancing math education at all levels in developing countries so that people are capable of meeting challenges that they feel. So the focus is on networking. It's also on capacity building. Yeah. And the process, of course, is a cooperative process. So it will develop educational capacity and those responsible for method teachers, creating sustained, effective regional networks of teachers, method educators, etc. So this is a very important part of the work of ICMI. CAM is primarily aimed at math teacher educators, but also include mathematicians, researchers, policymakers, and key teachers. So to achieve these purposes, we have a number of activities. The most important, which is CAM workshops. Okay, so far we have already have 4 workshops. So aiming at building capacity, networking among mainly teacher educators, but also mathematicians, education researchers, policymakers, teachers, etc. So I consider this a fine example of international cooperation in math education. Now I'll zoom in to 2 issues. The first issue is international large-scale assessment, what we call ILSA, or International Large-Scale Studies in Math Education, the most well-known of which are PISA and TIMSS. So we are all, like it or not, we are all affected by PISA and TIMSS, we in math education. But are these international cooperation? So what does the international community in math educators and policy makers, etc., what do we benefit from these studies? Now, first, to say something on the behalf of ILSA, this is a very important kind of research or assessment because we want to find out the performance of students in an international context based on standards agreed by a large number of countries. Because this is something that cannot be done just in one country. I was always trying to explain to people in some countries, they say that, oh, we have a public examination in our country, and then, oh, this year standard dropped, more people failed. I said, this is nonsense. What do you mean by fail? The pass fail is something very subjective. But said, no, we have experts. We know the standard, but the experts are subjective. So in order to really have a relatively objective measure of performance of students, we need some standard agreed upon by a large number of countries, and then we use psychometric methods to monitor, how well we are doing in an international context. So this is the first thing. The first importance of ILSA, it provides us with a relatively objective standard for performance of students. But the more important thing is the second. In all these ILSAs, they claim to find factors or research into factors that contribute to student achievement. Now, again, this is something that you can't do in a particular country because many factors within a country are uniform and cannot be manipulated. And it may be impractical or unethical to manipulate these factors within a country. I always give the example of, say, education funding. If we want to study whether education funding to a school affects achievement, can we do it within a country? Can we randomly select a group of schools in our country and then give them a lot of resources and then randomly select another group of schools and then deprive them of resources? It's unethical to do this. If you're parents of those sampled to be the schools without resources, you will complain. So within a country, it's very difficult to do this, but we can do this in an international setting because internationally, there are some countries where schools are, well-funded and some countries where schools are not so well-funded. So we can study the impact of these factors, such as funding on student achievement, by collecting data in different countries. So using the word of an educator, we are using the world as a natural educational research laboratory. But are these really cooperation? Now, this ILSA all purport to say that the results are meant to inform educational policy and classroom practices. but have they really informed education policy and classroom practices? Now, we in the audience were people from all different countries. Have you had the experience that TIMSS or PISA has informed your country's education policy and your classroom teachers' practices? Okay. Question number one. This question number two. When we say we use the world as a natural education research laboratory, countries should and need to cooperate. But do we really cooperate in this ILSA, or are we merely competing? Right. So these are all questions, of this ILSA. Let me zoom into this question of, do the results of ILSA inform educational policy? For example, one question we always have in mind is, what policy matters in student achievement? What factors impact achievement? For example, in Hong Kong, class size is a very hot topic. Should we reduce class size in order to contribute student achievement? Now, mind you, this is very difficult to answer, because if you want to do an experiment, you randomly assign students to experimental and control groups, with small class size, big class size, very difficult. So this ILSA is in best position to answer this question. Let me use an old set of data, TIMSS 2007, to investigate this item. This is a class size. And then in the second table, they relate the class size to scale scores. So it seems that students in the middle have the highest score. So are we saying that the optimal class size is 20 to 32? But if you look more closely into the data, so this is in the data set, they have all countries and then small class size, big class size, and student achievement. So has a relation been established between class size and student achievement according to the data? We find that in many countries, class size does not make any difference at all. In some countries, smaller the class size, higher the achievement. But for the majority of the country, the bigger the class size, the higher the student achievement. And in all these high achieving countries like Singapore, Hong Kong, Korea, they all have large class sizes. Well, so what does that mean? How does this guide educated decision making in your country? Are we going to suggest increasing the class size in order to raise student achievement? The problem is, it's a very complicated relationship. We have a correlation between big class size and high achievement. But this does not mean that there's a causal relationship. So maybe there's some background variables, some other variables that is related both to class size and to achievement that cause the two to be correlated with each other. So the situation is very complicated. So the root of the problem is that many variables within a country are uniform and cannot be manipulated. So that's why we need this international study. But when we look at variables, not only are those variables of interest differ, a host of other variables differ as well. And usually this variable exists in a bundle. That is, when we look at class size and achievement, it's not only that class size differ, but a host of other variables also differ. And class size is bundled with other variables. So it's very difficult, if not impossible, to control for all other variables and just study class size. And we have never, okay, I take into consideration everything else, SES, also, but we can never be sure whether we have taken all relevant variables into consideration. So that's why, an old founder of TIMSS said that in international study, we are comparing the incomparable. So when we say that, is it legitimate to rank countries? Now, I apologize, I have to move on a bit faster. Yes, the simple answer is yes. Because of the rigorous methodology in TIMSS, we can rank countries, but we need to be very careful in interpreting the ranking. Because for one thing, the countries differ from cycle to cycle. So a rank of 20 in one cycle may not mean the same thing of 20 in the second cycle. And also we should take the error of measurement into consideration. The example I give, which I will leave as a PowerPoint, is that in Singapore, for example, they say that, oh, they have dropped, from 23 to 27, from the first place to the third place. But actually, if you look at the error of measurement, Singapore is no different than Korea and Chinese at Taipei. So they have not dropped. But if we just look at the rank table, we find that they are dropped. So you have to be very careful in interpret data. And we should ask ourselves, but why do we want to rank country in the first place? We can see that whenever this TIMSS result, PISA result is out, I don't know in your country, in my country, immediately Minister of Education called me and said, oh, Frederick, what is our ranking? I told them, no, ranking is not important. It's the fact that, no, they don't care about this, And sometimes, they make educational changes claiming that it's based on this large-scale study. But actually, these changes are made without careful consideration of the complex context in which this achievement and classroom instruction are situated. So this is not a very good use of large-scale study, right? If we cooperate just because we want, our country to rank well, this is no good. Result of this large-scale study should serve as mirror for us to better understand our system. We should identify our strengths and weaknesses. For example, we always say, oh, East Asian countries do very well, Hong Kong do very well. But if you look at the results, our students have very negative attitudes. Why is this the case? I think these are the things that we want to look into. Okay, so there are lots of things that we can learn from ILSA instead of ranking, right? And we should do this study in a spirit of cooperation. I'll move on to my last point, which I will jump this limitations of large-scale study. This is international cooperation and cultural differences. For those who know me, you will know that I will never give a talk without mentioning cultural differences. Because in international cooperation in math education, we need to take cultural differences into consideration. But some people ask, is mathematics not absolute? Is mathematics education not universal? For example, we all talk about learning theories, constructivism, as if these are universal theories. Just like COVID vaccine, right? If it works in Malaysia, it should work in Japan as well. So we can be inoculated. But is mathematics education like this? We had in the past 30 years a paradigm shift, what people call the social cultural turn in research in mathematics education, right? Educational facts are deeply enmeshed in a matrix of social circumstance. I think we all know the work of D'Ambrosio very well, our second client awardee. So he introduced this idea of ethnomathematics. So the different forms of mathematics arising from different culture. Now, if this is so for mathematics, how much more so for mathematics education? Our cultures are so different. How can you expect a learning theory to be applicable to all cultures, right? So this 1980s is known as the social cultural turn in mathematics. So what are the implications of this paradigm shift for international cooperation in math education? So our conclusion from the 80s is that both mathematics and mathematics education are socio-cultural products, and learning depends on factors beyond instructional activities in the classroom. So in international cooperation in math education, we need to take cultural differences of the countries concerned into consideration. Now, remember, I'm talking about cultural differences. I'm not talking about cultural deficiency. I'm not talking about that some cultures, they're deficient That's why we, the more developed countries have to cooperate with them to cover up their deficiency. No, this is not the mentality that we should have in cooperation. We are always talking about differences, not deficiency, right? International cooperation is not mentorship. There should always be mutual effort, mutual participation, and more importantly, mutual respect among countries involved in the cooperation. So we have to be very careful about cultural supremacy. I cooperate with you because you don't know I am helping you. No, this is not cooperation. This is supremacy, right? As I wrote, in 2021, international cooperation always been a major purpose of ICMI, and ICMI have a special mission of sharing expertise and resources to less developed countries. Yes, they are less developed in terms of GDP, etc., but the focus should be on capacity building and sharing of ideas and practices. We should aim at sharing with less developed countries the state-of-art ideas in terms of research practices, but we should take into careful consideration the local context, constraints, tradition, and culture in so doing. Learning is a two-way process. The so-called developed countries have a lot to learn from the so-called less developed countries. Let me conclude. International cooperation in math education should bring benefits to the countries concerned and to the global mathematics education community more generally. It helps countries to learn from each other and to understand ourselves better. There's a saying that you won't know what something is unless you know what something is not. We are so used to be our way of doing things. So if you don't look at other people, other countries, you won't know what you have missed. So international cooperation in math education helps countries to learn from each other, to understand ourselves better, to understand how things can be done otherwise. International large-scale assessment is a kind of international cooperation. It is not a competition. So it should be done in that spirit, in the spirit of cooperation. These results should be interpreted with care, and cultural differences should be taken into consideration in the interpretation. International cooperation should be done with due respect to the cultures of the countries concerned. All countries, whether so-called developed or developing, has something to learn from each other through international cooperation. And if ICMI can play a certain role in this international cooperation, then we are very happy that we are contributing to this very important aspect of mathematics education. So this is the end of my presentation. I thank you for your attention. As I've said, this is my email address. If you have any comments, you can always welcome to email me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Frederick Leung. I think you have given us so much food for thought. I wished we have more time to just carry on. We really don't have time, but it's really such a wonderful way to begin this conference with so much things to think about. Thank you so much, Professor Frederick. And you can see we can only, I'm sure that if we had turned on all our mics, you will be able to hear all our hand claps everywhere. But unfortunately, we have to keep ourselves mute. I'm sure we are all clapping our hands very loudly for you. Thank you so much, Professor Frederick. We don't have time for question and answers, so we have to move on because we are running short of time. So can I pass this time over to the Secretariat? Because do we want to take a photo session? It's time for a photo session.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Yue Chen. And let's get into the photo session. Please turn on your camera. One, two, three, smile. Thank you for your cooperation. Okay. Oh, sorry, just wait for a moment. We'll do some change.
Unsure. Couper mon audio.
Short oral presentation, Subsim 1, also moderated by the Dr. Ui Hock Chin. Please.
Okay, so we'll move on to the next item on our program. So today we will begin with the short oral presentations for Subteam 1. We have 5 presentations altogether. I'm not sure whether everyone is here because of the time difference. For example, in Vancouver, the time is early in the morning, 5 a.m. So I do hope all our presenters will be around. Let us begin with the first presentation for today from Rusasmita Sripatmi, Global Citizenship Education Towards Integrating Universal Values in the Local Mathematics Curriculum through International Cooperation. Rusasmita Sripatmi is from Simeo Kitab in Indonesia. I'll pass the time over to you, Rusasmita.
Hello, Professor. Can you hear me? You are
Yes.
still mute.
Yes, we can hear you. Please carry on.
I'm so sorry beforehand. Actually, I was in already, but I was kicked out to the internet connection. But I'm here anyway, so can I start?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much. So I would like to share my screen. So hello everyone. My name is Rusasmita Sripatmi. I'm from CMU Regional Center for Kitab and Mathematics. We are based in Jakarta, Indonesia, a center that is focused on professional development for mathematics teachers. This is my second participation in ICDME. Last year, I also participated in the 7th, also in the same topic, global citizenship education. The title of my current presentation is Global Citizenship Education Towards Integrating Universal Values in the Local Mathematics Curriculum through International Cooperation. So the focus of this study is on GCED, Global Citizenship Education, which I'm going to refer from this point onward as GCED. And also its role in educating our students as future citizens of the world. GCED actually, when it is delivered in schools, formally can take either curricular or extracurricular approach. And when it comes to curricular approach, usually it's being taught in the subject social sciences or civics, where the issue and the topics of citizenship naturally appears. And the potential for mathematics to facilitate global citizenship education remains largely unexplored. So this is why I'm so passionate about these topics, that before we decide to do any further research in this topic, it is really important to start with synthesizing the current state of the art of global citizenship education, global citizenship in mathematics education. And what the questions that I'm attempting to answer in working on this manuscript is, I forgot to set my timer, is how is global citizenship viewed through the lens of mathematics education? And to answer this research question, the method that is used is systematic literature review. This method has been frequently used to synthesize scientific publications in a research field to answer a specific research question. Here, the protocol that I'm using is PRISMA guidelines and the flowchart. These guidelines also a protocol that is frequently used in systematic literature review. And these guidelines call for important points to be included in systematic literature review. Among others are eligibility criteria, database sources, search process, and study selection. And this method has to be laid out really carefully to ensure that the review is replicable by other studies, by future studies. So I'm going to explain all of this one by one. For the studies to be considered eligible for review is that it has to be published in scholarly journals between 2000 and 2022, so 22 years time span. It has to be set in K-12 mathematics education. It has to be sufficiently related to global citizenship education, and it must be published in English. As for the database, here the database that I am using is Scopus database. And in searching the database, this is the query that I am using, is global citizenship and mathematics and education. I also put global issues as an alternative for global citizenship. Statistics are as the alternative for mathematics, and learning or teaching as an alternative for education. I also put asterisk at the end of this some of these words to catch any variation that may follow the words, because some of the articles might use the word citizen or citizenship or citizenry, which kind of mean the same thing. So to catch all of that article, we use asterisk. So this is the query, and the initial result, the initial search resulted in 191 hits, which actually, when it comes to SLR, is very low, very few papers. And in selecting a study, there are inclusion criteria and exclusion criteria. The inclusion criteria is that the studies must be in English. The study must be published in mathematics education, which means other subjects is omitted, excluded. and the studies must be published in scholarly journals. Books, book chapters, editorials, lectures, and conference proceedings were excluded. And for the exclusion, I exclude any study that do not provide any meaningful information to answer the research question. So this is the flow chart. For identification, we identify initially 191 articles, and initial screening using the inclusion and exclusion criteria that against the keywords and abstract result in 110 articles excluded, which means that only 9 articles left. And these 9 articles, the exclusion and inclusion criteria is performed, but this time against the full text. So we read the entire text, not only the abstract. And the result is, yes?
You have about 2 minutes left.
Okay,
Can you,
I will try to
before
say
yes, thank you.
Okay, and 1 study is excluded. So it means 8 studies left for review. Here is the papers. The earliest is in 2008, and until 2019 there are no articles. And the peak is in 2021 with 4 articles published within a year. So this field is really unexplored. A lot of potential that we can do here. So this is still ongoing, yeah. So the review is still on process. And based on the initial review, there are already 2 recurring themes that appears in the articles that I can use to answer research question. But because the manuscript is still work in progress, I believe more themes will appear later. But so far, there are only 2 themes. The first one is using global issues as a context in mathematics education have positive impact on the students' perspective. This is actually in line with a lot of prior studies. But the second finding is quite new and quite surprising that mathematics education is often linked with neoliberalist notion of citizenship, and this is often portrayed in negative way. And this is quite new to me, so I'm really interested to explore this further. As a reflection and implication, while learning materials development in incorporating global issues or SDGs have existed in literature, international cooperation remains unexplored. In fact, there are no articles that is published in this database that discuss international cooperation. And the second one, the inclusion of global citizenship in local mathematics curriculum can be initiated by using global issues or sustainable development goals related problems as a context. And below, I also list several potential future research that can be explored. About international cooperation, one of the examples that we can do is using cross-border lesson study, which actually my institution have conducted in previous years. So this is possible to be done. Actually, it has been published, but because it's not indexed in this database, cannot be included in the review. So the first one is conducted in August 2019, involving Thailand and Yogyakarta, students in Thailand and Yogyakarta. This is part of Apex Tsukuba Symposium. And the second one is conducted in December 2018. This is also inspired by Apex Tsukuba Symposium cross-border lesson study. But this time we involve students from Ohio, USA, and Yogyakarta, Indonesia. So this is an example on how we can involve international collaboration in mathematics education to foster global citizenship within our students. Also, of course, this study has limitation. First one is there's only a single author which coded all of the papers, so there are a lot of potential for bias. Also, only one database, which means that article indexed in other database such as Web of Science and also unindexed articles are not taken into account. And there are a lot of articles who use the word citizenship only, not global citizenship. So it is not, so the search cannot catch it. So that's the limitation. And this is the reference that is used in this manuscript. And I guess that's it. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And back to you, Professor.
Thank you, Susmita. If you look at the chat, you have one comment. Maybe you can pick it up later. For the information of everyone, what we intend to do is to upload all the presentations up on the website after the conference so that you can have more time to look at the presentation. In the meantime, the guide for the presenters is that even though you have many slides, you can quickly go through the slides so that you can present everything, pick up on the important things that you want to present within the 10 minutes that's allotted to you. So let's move on to the, we will pick up all the questions at the end of the session after all the presenters, and we will have the discussion at the end after all the presenters have presented. The next, we have Everton Laceda Jacinto. I'm wondering whether Everton is here. Everton is in Calgary, which is early in the morning. Can I have an indication whether Everton is here? Is Everton here? Okay, if Everton is not here, let us move on to the next presenter. The next presenter would be Professor Maitri Imprasit from Konkan University, How to Sustain Chemtree Project in the Region. Can I invite Professor Maitri to present? Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it's a very good evening from Thailand, and let me share my PowerPoint. Okay, in Thailand, we are in the Songkran festival, and it is in our cultures is a Happy New Year. So Happy New Year to everyone. And the topic today is, next slide, how to sustain the country project in the region. And we have like 3 topics: the roles of Kant to support the underrepresented country in math education, and real challenges for country, and how we sharing the Thailand lesson study open approach in the region. As Professor Frederick Reins has mentioned, the roles of Kant to support the developing country, and I myself was struck by the word underrepresented country in the fields of math education when I first attended the ICDME in 1996 in Seville in Spain, when I was the doctoral student in Japan. I did not know that my country was identified as the underrepresented country in mathematics education community. So it has inspired me very much how can I change the status of my country in mathematics education area. So after I got back from Japan in 1999. So next slide. Yeah. Yeah, I think as Professor Frederick Rieng has mentioned, in fact, I'm very happy that we have been conducting a real international cooperation because Thailand still ranks very low in both PISA and TIMSS during the last 2 decades. But still, we have been conducting the real international cooperation in these kind of projects. Because we know that we have problems and how we can cooperate. So after I got back from Japan in 1999, during the first decade, I mean, we would like to know each other among the country in the regions. During that time, we still have constraints among the border. So we started before Kant. Yeah, we started to cross the border to know each other. And for math teachers, we don't know math teacher educator at this moment. And after we joined the ICDME in 2012 in Seoul, in Korea, in South Korea, and during that time, the president of ICMI, Professor Bill Buttons, has talked to me how we initiate the countries in the region. So I joined, and we have the pre-meeting in Seoul, and the second meetings again in year come 6 in Phuket in Thailand. Then we had conducted the country, and Thailand joins this in Phnom Penh in October in 2013. And after that, we try to sustain the activities of the country. So the house is very important, as Professor Frederick mentioned. So we try to involve our friends and colleagues from the regions, from Laos, from Cambodia, mainly, or in fact, we try to involve friends and colleagues from Myanmar and also from Vietnam to join the activity in mathematics education in Thailand. For example, when we organized the APEX lesson study in 2015, and we involved them. And during the second decade, Attila, can you skip to the next? This is the first decade. In the second decade, we try to provide scholarships, and hopefully after they study in Thailand and then return back to their country, we still have networks through our alumni. So far, we can have nearly 50 PhD students, and among this, in Thailand, we work together among 15 teacher education institutes. And in the regions, next 2 slides. Yes, among this, we have 20 alumni students in mathematics education, 21 from Laos, 9 in Cambodia. So through the networks of alumni, we hope that we can sustain the activities of country projects. And in the next decade, we have the common idea how we can create the cycles of learning to build up the multi-level of professional learning community. We have an idea if we can create the cycles of learning for students, for teachers, for education personnel, then we can share many activity in the region. So we hope that through these long-term plans, the first decade, and then now we passed the second decade, and we are entering the third decade. We hope that we can sustain the country projects. And thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Maitri. Just a reminder, if you have any questions, you can type them in the chat and we'll pick up the questions later for discussion. Let us move on to our next presenter. Our next presenter is from the Comillas Pontifical University, Madrid, Spain, Elsa Santolola Pascal. The title of the presentation is International Cooperation in Mathematics Education to Adapt Global Solutions to Local Problems. The case of problem solving as the core of a mathematics teaching program in rural schools in the Democratic Republic of Congo. I'll pass the time over to you, Elsa. Elsa, you're muted. Okay.
Hello. I am trying to share my screen. Sorry. Because I can't find it now. I was preparing it, but I am very sorry. Can you see it? Can you see it?
Not yet. Can you open it and then maybe stop sharing? You
Okay.
open, stop sharing and then share it again.
Although in the I have now stopped sharing.
Okay,
Did I?
now share the new document again.
Can you open it for me?
I can't, we can't see it.
Can you come back to the former presenter that just kept before, and I tried to solve this problem?
Let me try.
I would be very thank
Okay,
you.
don't worry. Elsa, I only have your file in PDF form. I don't have it in PowerPoint form. I can show it here.
No, excuse me. Can you try to go to another presenter, because there was
Oh,
someone who was and I tried to solve
okay.
the problem. Thank you very much.
Okay, okay. Let us try and solve this technical problem. So let us go on to the next presenter, Angel May Ombit from Ateneo de Manila University, Philippines. The title is Designing Mathematical Tasks Through International Collaboration under the Erasmus Project and AYL, the case of a modern-day backyard farming program. So, Angel May,
Yes,
pass it.
thank you, Professor. And I'll share my screen first. What is my audio clear? Okay, so let me start. A pleasant day to everyone. I am Angel Mayombid from the Philippines. I'm a current Master of Science in Mathematics Education student at the Ateneo de Manila University. And I am here to present our study entitled Designing Mathematical Tasks Through International Collaboration under the Erasmus Plus Project AYL, the case of a modern-day backyard farming program. Over the past years, we have been dealing with problems we have never encountered before. And as we continue living in this increasingly volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world, we would continue to do so. Global temperature continues to rise, our natural resources are being depleted, plastic pollution has been increasing, we observe more extreme weather events, and we might even face more unpredictable pandemics, among others. These urgent concerns require immediate action and new solutions. And as Tsukuba puts it, we need to be open and ready for it. One way for us to address these concerns is by achieving sustainability, which can be represented by this nested circles model by Giddings and colleagues, which shows the relationship between three distinct dimensions: the environment, the society, and the economy. In this model, economy is a subset of society, and both of these dimensions are bounded by and implicitly depend upon the natural environment. However, know that the environment can still exist if society is no longer present. And at least in some locations and at some scales, society can persist without an extant economy. according to Moyer and Carter. This tripartite model of sustainability was considered by the UN SDGs in coming up with the most comprehensive approach to sustainable development, as represented by the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And as we can see in these two models, environment has a large role to play in what we are aiming for. Hence, in this study, we give emphasis on environmental issues. And in dealing with environmental sustainability issues, the GUMA stressed that children entering school in 2018 will need to abandon the notion that resources are limitless and are there to be exploited. They will need to value common prosperity, sustainability, and well-being. They will need to be responsible and empowered, placing collaboration above division and sustainability above short-term gain. Therefore, learners in the future need to exercise agency to actively participate in any activity directed towards the betterment of not only the humanity, but all the communities as well as the planet. And what better way for learners to acquire agency than through school mathematics curriculum? However, given the curriculum materials available for school mathematics in the Philippines, learners remain ill-equipped to go beyond awareness of environmental issues and are hardly able to integrate mathematical concepts to engage in questions of sustainability. So, as an initial attempt to support our curriculum in aligning its goals to the universal goals of school mathematics, as described in the 2030 OECD Learning Framework, the Modern Bahay Kubo program was developed. This Modern Bahay Kubo program is a modern-day backyard farming program that not only exposes students to several realities, but also stimulates them to become active participants of the global community. The name Modern Bahay Kubo took motivation from a Filipino folk song about home-based vegetable planting, the Bahay Kubo. This song identifies vegetables that can easily grow in a backyard or in a pot. Among all the objectives of the program, the following are the specific objectives identified in this study. First, the program aims to reestablish the rich farming culture of Filipinos in a modern society. Second, the program aims to empower students in cultivating learner agency through modern-day backyard farming practice. And lastly, the program would like to encourage students to become active participants in the society and build strong relations among other members of the community. To meet these objectives, the program aimed to design mathematical tasks that may develop the needed mathematical competencies described in the OECD 2030 Learning Framework, particularly learner agency and collaboration. So the mathematical tasks were initially developed by the researchers, which consists of mathematics education researchers, teachers, and agriculturists. And through the Erasmus Plus Project AYL, or Act as Youth Leader, which is organized by the Bridging the Gaps Philippines, the mathematical text developed has undergone numerous improvements and refinements to ensure its alignment with the program objectives. And of course, this project was conducted in partnership with various national and international organizations, such as the National Youth Commission, the United Nations Development Program, the EU Delegation to the Philippines, the Philippine-Italian Association, the Embassy of Italy in the Philippines, and the Embassy of Belgium in the Philippines. This played a crucial role in training the project leader to manage and implement the Modern Bahay Kubo program, and in allowing the exchange of best practices through the international conference and the trainings they conducted. In the study, 48 grade 7 students participated who are from a public high school in the Calabarzon region, Philippines, during the school year 2018 to 2019. The concept of area was taught through a home-based vegetable planting activity that required them to plant vegetables at home. They performed 3 mathematical tasks. First, it is the planning of the planting activity, which included sketching of the plot area. Second is the conversion of units using the pots used in planting. And third is the computing of areas of basic figures, which included the sketch they made in the first task. And note that each of these tasks were followed by an interview and submission of reflection papers with monitoring sheets. For the first task, where they have to sketch the plot area using pots or cans as units, results show that students were able to visualize units in an area by discrete counting. So in this case, the picture shown on the left is the actual plot area of student A. The student used a mineral bottle to measure the plot area, which he identified to be less than 12 by 2 square units. Hence, in his sketch, he planned to just use the 12 by 1 plot for the big mineral bottles, while use the remaining area for the smaller plants, which would not require a pot. In the second task, conversion of units was done by pair. So students were instructed to visit their classmates' house and bring their improvised spots to check how many of these spots will fit in their classmates' lot area. For instance, student B here visited student A's house, bringing her plastic cups and cans, and tried out how many of this will fit the lot area of student A. Unit conversion happens in terms of the kind of pot used. So in this case, student B's 3 cans would fit in the area where student A's 1 water bottle was placed. In the third task, where students have to compute for areas of basic plane figures, results show that students were able to solve areas of closed plane figures such as squares, rectangles, and even circles. However, a difficulty arises when they have to deal with lot areas that are of irregular shapes, as shown in this picture. Observe that student C was able to compute for his lot area by dividing it into 1 rectangle and 2 triangles. The student was able to correctly compute for the area of the larger triangle, which is 10/2, or 5 plants, but you may notice in the smaller triangle that the student computed the area to be 4/2, which is incorrect in this case because he used 4 square units instead of 5, since this triangle shares the same width as the rectangle, which is a 4/5 plot area. So results show that students were able to visualize unit and unit conversion through this planting activity. They were also able to represent the 3D shapes and translate it to their corresponding 2D shapes as evident in their sketches. And lastly, they were able to solve areas of basic closed plane figures, but some of them had difficulties solving irregularly shaped figures. Although this study showed encouraging results, the following challenges were identified. Students need constant supervision in planting, which could not be fully provided by the mathematics teacher and the agriculturist alone, because some students could not properly grow plants. It's either their plants would never grow or their plants would grow, but it would die after some time. And even through the help of the agriculturist in the team, it's hard to monitor each student's plants at home. Also, with this activity, students needed more time to tend to their plants in their backyards. And following these 2 challenges, we identified the major cause to be the lack of interdisciplinarity in the school curricula. We dream for a curriculum that would encourage integration of subjects as much as possible, one that would allow us to collaborate with each other in doing real-world tasks, and one that transcends boundaries between subjects. Hence, 2 potential solutions are recommended. First is that task design should take into account interdisciplinarity to promote collaboration among all the people in the school community, which involves the different subject teachers in school, like mathematics, science, even technology and livelihood education teachers. Second, the implementation of the design task should go beyond the school community, and it should reach as many members of different communities as possible. And here are the references that I used. That would be all. Thank you.
Thank you, Angel. Shall we get back to Elsa? Okay, thank you. The time is yours. You're muted, Elsa.
I think now I am not muted.
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you for the patience. Hello, I am Elsa Santaolalla from Comillas Pontifical University. I am it is in Spain. I am a teacher of teaching mathematics in teacher education, and I am very pleased to be here presenting the project in which I've been working with Micheline Kati from the Democratic Republic of Congo. She is my friend and currently a teacher, but I was a former student. The project that I am presenting here is an international cooperation project in mathematics education that has been developed within the framework of a final degree project in which Micheline Cathy completed her studies at the Comillas Pontifical University to become a primary school teacher. During her years of university training in Spain, this student, a missionary of the Religiosas Pureza of Maria, was obliged to return to her country to fill the post of the director of one of the educational centers of this congregation have in the north province of Lualaba in the Congo for 1 school year. Therefore, this international cooperation project in mathematics education is the result of a personal and professional experience acquired in this real authentic situation of learning in a local and context, because she tried to mix the universal variables favoring the significance acquired during her studies in Spain, and all the experience that she acquired during her vital experience in her country. This project was made it possible to investigate the educational system in the the Democratic of the Congo, particularly in the field of mathematics education, and apply the knowledge acquired in the European context to the African context in rural areas to ensure effective learning. The context in which this project has been carried on is in the rural area, in a Catholic conventional school that receives an average of 510 students per year. The official language that is used there is French, but the reality is that the students in this region speak Swahili. That is one of the 4 languages nationals, and their mother tongue in the family is the Swahili. So in addition, most of the students that join that school are several years after the established in the program, and they don't speak French, and they do not have acquired the school routines. But in the study conducted by the UNESCO in 2022 to assess the indicators of learning poverty shows that in the Democratic Republic of Congo, the percentage of children who do not understand a simple text at the age of 10 years is over 90%, but textbooks of these ages offer complex texts in French. In this context, our project take it into account 3 key lines of argument. Firstly, the fact that most of the students struggle with mathematics. Secondly, the heavy influences that mathematics textbooks have in the teaching and learning processes. And thirdly, we take a closer look at the problem solving as one of the key elements of mathematics education that could contribute to the general development of the students' capacity. Trying to answer why are so many students who do not learn mathematics as they should, we found that it is for more than 25 years since Diane mentioned the 2 different approaches between the teaching and learning processes in mathematics, the natural and the traditional one. And at that point, nowadays in the Republic of Congo, they realize, at least Michelin noticed that mathematics are taught exactly opposite of how they should be learned. In terms of problem solving, The natural approaches require teaching through problem solving, while the traditional approach that they use in Congo focuses on the teaching for problem solving. And we all know that AMTC standards and the official documents recommend to go to the natural approach, using problem solving like as the backbone of the teaching mathematics activities in the classroom, which means that we have to start with a real life problem situation and non-routine problems to reach the abstract concept at the end as a result of the mathematics activity. And in the case of our colleague, one of the challenges that she had to face and overcome during this project is exactly the one related with overcoming the general conception of mathematics, applying the knowledge gained in the context from a different one, and trying to offer a document to her community to show to a person that do not have sufficient knowledge in problem-solving methodology to explain how things could be done differently, by taking into account all the rich context that there is there, and that is the cooperation in which one wins and the other ones also wins, as the professor says before. The national program, the document that is being taken into account is the national program from Republic of the Congo, in which the mathematics contents are divided in 5 blocks, which one of them, it is the problems, the fifth one, and it's about solving complex problems. But although in this context, there is, excuse me, there is no any specific stage that says that mathematics should be taught through problem solving. It insists that all learning should be based on concrete, real situations, so that pupils are able to make a link between school knowledge and everyday life situations. That's the way in which the objectives of this project try to prepare for the 5th graders in rural schools in Southern Republic Democratic of the Congo, a project to learn through problem solving in a ways that prepare them to deal confidently with any life situations and develop their own skills in resolving all the problems and conflict they have in the schools, because as you can imagine, the things are not easy in this part of the world. And she noticed that even a football match or any situation in the real lives could be taken into account to solve the problem, and at the same time to deal with the contents, the mathematical contents. So mathematical problem contents approach help them for the interdisciplinarity nature of mathematics, French and the mother tongue language of the environment, Swahili, to develop the ability to express themselves both orally and writing without restoring the literal repetition of knowledge or memorized mentally in a meaningless way. In this case, you can see that the mathematics of French and Swahili could deal with each other in the way that could be the Swahili could help to support and create interaction between teachers and learners, clarify mental representation, understanding and expressions, and appropriate the learning of mathematical concepts and problem-solving strategies. This program takes into account real situations in pupils' environment in which real mathematical problems are posed and can be proposed based only throughout knowledge in the local context, such as repairing water pipes in the village, storing rainwater for the village hospital, creating a school garden, financing the school itself. And in these tables, you can see the challenge that are faced for every didactic unit and the problem situation that is prepared to help the students to understand that mathematics are going to help them to be to the daily life, as you can see, for example, repairing the water pipes in the village, or helping the school financing themselves, because it is a real big problem in that part of the planet. There in this picture, you can see them trying to take measures for the school to prepare the project. Or in this other table, you can see that one of the things that important the most was trying to calculate the interest to be drawn for the products of the film. In the benefits and difficulties that we found in the final of the project, we take into account that children's freedom of expression was a very big benefit, and a much more dynamic way of working that is not based on memorization of the contents. But on the other hand, there were many difficulties that are faced nowadays, because this project is now being used in a school. It is that the Congolese education system is very rigid. The authority always had the right, and the question is the fact that is perceived as a lack of respect for the authority of adults. And this change of mentality of teachers is not easy to be done in a while, because the teachers feels that they know everything, and teachers are not used to students being the protagonists of teaching process. So teachers find it difficult to give students the opportunity to share the reflections and seek alternative solutions that encourage creative thinking that is necessary for teaching through problem solving in these contents. And this is what we found. We are now trying to take more improvement and to help each other to figure out how to solve this. I am very happy for your attention, especially for the patient in my problem with the technology. And I say also in Swahili, "Asante," because it is the way they say thank you.
Thank you, Elsa. Okay, we actually have one more speaker. I think one of the challenges we've been having in this session is that already there's one presenter who is not present. Is because he wrote to me of the time difference, that it's in the early morning that he's not able to be present. He says he will try to be present, but it seems that he did not turn up. Let us try and have another call. First, Everton Laceda Jacinto from University of Calgary. Are you here? Okay, if not, we will move on to the last one, and I'm not sure whether the presenter is here. Call out the name.
I'm here.
Yeah. Ayse Tsukuba owner.
Yes, thank you.
From Istanbul Medeniyet University, Turkey. So the title of the presentation is Examination of International Mathematics Curricula in Terms of Measurement Estimation. I'll pass the time over to you, Ayse.
Thank you. Okay, so as Dr. Che said, my presentation is Examination of International Mathematics Curricula in terms of measurement estimation. I'm sorry. So as you know, in literature, estimation has three components: computation, numericity, and measurement. And measurement estimation can be defined as the process of using mental or visual information to measure or compare the amount of objects in a continuous structure without using any measurement tool. Why measurement estimation is my topic? Because First of all, since I'm from Turkey, in mathematics curriculum in Turkey, the estimation is one of the important topic that is mentioned a lot. So in the curriculum, it's all most of the time focuses that students' estimation abilities should be improved. So when we examine the Turkish mathematics curriculum, there are learning objectives about the estimation strategies and teaching students the estimation of measurement estimation and other types of computational estimation as well in learning objectives. Other than that, measurement estimation is another important thing for students to learn, because it actually has an importance in daily life, because most of the time students use operations in daily life, but also they need to sometimes measure something, or at least give a guess, tell a guess when they went to shopping and try to, buy something for their home, like a carpet or something. So they should make some guess, but this guess cannot be something like very off to the real results. So therefore, making an estimation to the really close value, it needs to be something to learn in the school environment as well. So in other mathematics curriculum, in international mathematics curriculum, also measurement estimation was expected by the teachers to improve students' measurement estimation through activities. So Hildreth has 3 reasons for including measurement estimation in the curriculum, because its practice, it helps students to develop a mental frame of reference for the size of units of measure, which is the unit very important thing for they need to learn as well. And it's useful and practical skill, and it's an activity provides a practice with basic properties of measurement. Another aim of my presentation is the context in mathematics textbook, because we know that curriculums are written as a learning objective. So basically curriculums are the plan and show us, the teachers, what type of learning objectives that expect in that country or in that international curriculum, but also the textbooks are the real ones, whereas teachers and students use as a resource, and we can find the reality how those learning objectives are applied. So textbooks are important for all subjects as mathematics as well. So the context can be in real world context, daily life context, or imaginary context. And Viaja tells the PISA explanation about context-based texts, and tells that these are the situations where it can refer to a real world or fantasy settings, can be imagined by students, and can include personal, occupational, scientific, and public information. And the line says that there are relevant essential contexts and camouflage contexts, which the relevant and essential contexts are the ones that are basically can be personal or scientific or societal issues. And without that context, the task or problem cannot be done. So, but the camouflage context is the one that is just used as a context, and without that context, actually the numbers provided in the task also can be done. So it is there's a difference between no context question, which is basically including symbols or numbers, and camouflage context is the one that has some context in it, but it's not really essential. So relating students, why context is important, because students most of the time ask teachers like, why do I need that topic to learn? So, and this is basically the answer that teacher can say here, because it's basically your real life or daily life results of that topic. So therefore, it is important to present all those tasks and questions through context, and also it improves students' mathematical literacy and thinking. And in Turkey, when we compare that, these context-based questions are now more common when we compare the ones before 2018, because there was a change in the high school entrance exam. And in that new high school entrance exam, the questions are more like international type of examinations like PISA. So context-based questions started to gain more importance in Turkey right now. So the aim of my study is to examine how measurement estimation takes place in different mathematics curricula, which are Cambridge International Baccalaureate and Singapore curriculums and Turkish mathematics curriculum for primary grades. And what are the similarities and differences in terms of context used in measurement domains, specifically focusing on measurement estimation learning objectives in those different curriculums? So basically, I did document analysis. I first did the analysis for the curriculums, for the 4 different curriculum. And why I chose those curriculums, because Cambridge and International Baccalaureate curriculums are very common now in different countries, basically. And Singapore has as you know, has a high ranking skill in mathematics in the international examination. So, and Turkey, of course, it's my country. So I would like to basically make a comparison between those 3 curricula, mathematics curricula and Turkish curriculum. So for first grade, the similarities were 3 mathematics curricula focuses on estimation of length of objects in non-standard units. However, in Cambridge curriculum, for length, math, and capacity, standards units are used as well. For second grade, all mathematics curricula focus on estimation of length of objects, 3 mathematics curricula focus on estimation of mass of objects, and 3 mathematics curricula focus on volume capacity of objects. What are the differences? In IB, estimation of time, money, and temperature is presented, and in Cambridge, estimation of perimeter and area is presented as well. In third grade, all mathematics curricula focus on estimation of area, 2 math curricula focus on estimation of mass and capacity of object, 2 mathematics curricula focus on estimation of perimeter. And the differences in Singapore, estimation of length still continues. In IB, estimation of volume of 3D shapes is presented, and in Cambridge, estimation of angle is presented as well. In fourth grade, true mathematics curricula focuses on estimation of angle, and in Turkish curriculum, estimation of length is still continuous, and the capacity of estimation is presented. And in Cambridge, estimation of perimeter area, now it's composite shapes, is included. And in 5th grade, 2 math curricula focuses on estimation of area, and Turkish estimation of perimeter is presented, and in Cambridge, estimation of angle is presented as well. For this grade, 5th grade, the IB was not publicly available, so I don't have a chance to examine. And in Singapore, there was no estimation learning objective specifically focusing on estimation. So these are my limitations. So I examined the textbooks in the context of course, measurement estimation, and primary years 1 IB textbook basically uses the estimation of length by non-standard units using paper clips, area by non-standard units using tiles and blocks, capacity of container by non-standard units at cups, and mass of objects compared by non-standard units, pencil case. So basically, in primary years 1 in IB textbook, we saw that non-standard units for the estimation of length, area, capacity, and mass is used, and the materials as an example and context are used in this primary year are familiar things, actually, familiar objects to all students, the pencils, textbooks, shoe, poster, lunchbox, etc. In primary year 2, length of non-standard units now with hand span is used, but also standard units introduced as meter or centimeter. area by non-standard units is used. Capacity by non-standard units is used, like coffee cups or jug. Mass of an object compared by another object with pencil case is used, and the duration of action in minutes and seconds is introduced. So materials in these textbooks are familiar to most of the students worldwide, basically. Pencil, armchair, book, lunchbox, erasers, stop sign. But one of the things that I realized, the material which is used, cricket bat, is something that is not really that I can say global, because probably if cricket bat was introduced in the Turkish textbook, students couldn't figure out what kind of an object that it is. So basically the cricket bat, I could say that was more maybe Anglo-Saxon type of context that they can use, not the context, but object. In primary year textbook for IB, estimating of objects having a given length by standard units and length by standard units is introduced. Area of a composite shape by standard units, and capacity of a container by standard units, and mass of an object and mass of an object in the classroom is units. And most of the materials are used are, again, familiar to all students, like smartphone, car, or elephant. In primary year 4 textbook, perimeter, length, area, volume, and those estimation of those contexts are introduced, and estimation of an object in a classroom giving mass in standard units, kilogram or gram, are also introduced in the primary year 4 IB textbook. No materials are proposed in primary year 4 textbook for estimation learning objectives. Instead of objects, there is a table, I guess I can show to you like that, and it said pick an item in the classroom and try to make a guess about the item and estimated mass, and then have an actual measure the actual mass and see the difference between your estimation and the real measurement. And in Cambridge Primary 1 textbook, the word is about, most of the time is used for measurement estimation. And as you can see, key, crayon, or screwdriver is used as an object. And also another example shows hand hold and a cup holds, a teacher hand holds.
You have 1 more minute.
Oh, really? Okay, then I will just pass. So most of the time, the thing that I realized that I can say in all of 4 curricula, this is the one that I can say this is different for Cambridge Primary 3 textbook context, sending a parcel from Kuala Lumpur to Jakarta by airmail. So that's basically asking student the distance, estimate the distance. So it might be hard for other countries who are not really aware of the distance between Kuala Lumpur and Jakarta for students. And so most of the books basically use the objects that are familiar to students. But the very big difference between the introducing of context between the other textbooks in IB, Cambridge, and Singapore, and when I examined the Turkish primary textbook, the difference between Turkish primary textbooks is the one that I can give you this example. So the context is basically not a camouflage context, but more like an essential context, because in this question, it asks students to find out the area with non-standard unit, but using a specific type of flower. And in that case, in this one, again, the waste is given. Now it asks students how much water it can have in that waste. And another important difference is in Turkish textbooks, I found that there are some teaching how to estimate. So basically, it teaches students using some strategies. For example, reference point strategy. or unit iteration or repeated addition as a unit iteration in area. So as a result or suggestions, I can say that in most textbooks contains most of the time daily life examples or daily life objects are used, especially the ones in the classroom environment was used. I can say there was almost no local context, so it's familiar to most students. But the most important thing that I could say that most of the time, because of the maybe the grade levels, maybe if I include middle school or high school examples, that would maybe have more context dependent questions. But in the primary years one, the objects are just used as a camouflage context that I can say. And one of the important things that I can maybe suggest, teaching how students make an estimation is an important thing, because not just making a list and finding that the object estimation and then the actual measurement and then finding difference is not an enough strategy. So basically the strategies like unit iteration or reference point strategy or other types of measurement estimation strategies also should be included in the textbooks, because when students don't know how to use those strategies, they might have some issues in the real life as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elsie. We have a short time of question and answers. So far, I've only seen one comment and one question. Maybe we just take it up and see whether there's any discussion on this. The first one, okay, it's by Vivian Duran. It's addressed to Rusasmita, I think.
It was addressed to a first presenter.
Yeah, addressed to the first presenter. Maybe you want to read your question?
Yeah.
Maybe you want to read out your question?
Yeah.
Or comment?
Yeah, it's a comment and question. My question was that I was surprised that the criteria of eligibility for a study by the presenter was to be written in English. So I was rather surprised, but I understand that it is a sole researcher who did the job, but it seems to me that the linguistic issue in such a study is very, very important. And the restriction to English publication might be a strong bias for this kind of study, because there are, of course, many languages of publication as than English and at an international level that might be considered. And so my question was if there is a perspective to go on this study, considering other language of publication.
Would you like to answer? There's also another question addressed to Rusasmita. Lower down, maybe we can ask Professor Takuya Baba. You want to ask your question?
Thank you very much. I'm addressing to the first speaker, but probably even the other peoples also use the word local. So when we are using the local, we have to be a little bit conscious how we use these. So when we are talking about local mathematics curriculum, does it mean Indonesian curriculum? Or not only Indonesian curriculum, particular type of curriculum is called local mathematics curriculum. If so, what does that mean, bringing global issue to local curriculum? That is a question.
That's interesting. Rusasmita may want to answer this, or maybe we can also leave it until the next session. at the panelist discussion, we can also take up this question, which would be quite interesting. I pass the time over to Rosasmita. Maybe you want to respond to either one.
I think because the question from Professor Baba is quite general, I think it's can be as just like what you suggested. It can be left for the to be discussed in more wider platform. So in this case, I would like to answer the question from Ms. Duran. The consideration for using English as inclusion criteria is that it's simply because the majority of scientific publication, especially in scholarly journal, is in English. So that's the main consideration. So we want to take just to get the as widest coverage as possible. Of course, it will be great to consider other languages as well, but it might be not in my capacity to do that because of my limitation. Maybe Indonesian, but only English and Indonesian basically. So I guess that's it. That will be my answer, Professor Chi.
Okay, thank you so much. I think it's time for us to take a short break. We are overshot the time a little bit. Maybe we just take 3 minutes quickly, either a toilet break or to get a drink of water, and we come back for the next session, the panel discussion. See you in 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Okay, we will have a short break for 5 minutes.
High above the clouds, looking out into the sky. Right before our eyes, our lives are coming into shape. With each breath we take, we find the reason why we've come together in this place. Tell me, can you see the future looking back at you? Tell me, can you hear the message carried in the winds to your heart? Imagine the future. We shall go together, our hearts joined as one. Move ahead, take a step and carry on. Imagine the future. We shall go together, walk hand in hand, make a future that changes the world. At the morning light, as brand new days begin, our endless dreams are written in the pages of the sky.
Hello, welcome back. We'll start our panel discussion sub-theme 1, and it will also be moderated.
Hello, welcome back to our panel discussion, sub-theme 1. The theme again is the international, the universal and local context of the mathematics curriculum. We have got some interesting presentations just now, so we'll move on to the panel discussion. Indeed, what we have today, we have here today 3 very distinguished professors, which I mean, who everyone knows, well-known professors, who actually do not need any introduction. But briefly, we have here today with us Professor Ibrahim Akavi from the Weizmann Institute in Israel, Professor Angel Rui from the University of Costa Rica in Costa Rica, and Professor Masami Isoda, who is also a host at the University of Tsukuba in Japan. Without much further ado, let me pass the time. What we will do in this panel discussion is each of the panelists, they will make a short presentation of 10 minutes. And then after the 10 minutes, there will be a time of discussion. So if you have any questions to pose for the discussion, you can type it in the chat and we'll pick it up and select it for discussion at the end after the 3 panelists have presented. So let us begin with Professor Ibrahim Akavi. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here and meet some colleagues that known to me for a long time and some new colleagues. Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I will try to share my screen now. Okay, can you see it?
Yes, yes.
Okay, again, this is a very interesting topic, and I would like to thank the previous presenters, Professor Leong, and the oral presentations for so many interesting talks. I will try to refer to them and integrate into what I have to say, but if I forget something, please forgive me or mention it in the discussion. So my first observation is about the universal and the local. And what I did first is looking for definitions about what universal may mean, and I found 3 different meanings. Universal is something that is present, operative, or occurring everywhere or under all conditions, like, for example, weather patterns. It's available, equitable to all members of society, like universal health coverage in some countries. It's adapted or adjustable to meet varied requirements, like an instrument that is universal in their functions. Also, the first question that arises when we see these 3 definitions in the context of mathematics education is there a math curriculum in each and every school of the world? Is there access to mathematics for all members of all societies? Do the goals of curriculum address the variety of needs, academic, occupational, informed citizenship, affective goals? So those are the questions that refer to the 3 definitions of universal. Regarding the local, is relating to a particular place, not general or widespread, or existing in a small area. And the question is, do curriculum attend to the changing needs of different societies, different types of students? So I will refer to universal and local in another level. What is universal? What is or could be universal in a curriculum, in a math curriculum? First of all, concept and ideas, like, for example, numbers, operations with numbers, functions, shapes, probability, or ideas like invariance, variability. And these are concepts and ideas that may be universal, responding to what some people consider the universality of mathematical ideas. Yet, there can be also universal activities. For example, calculations, for example, proofs and proving, which are universal in mathematics, or problem solving. And there is also modeling in mathematics that as an activity that is done universally as a mathematical activity. There are also topics that are universal, for example, arithmetic, algebra, geometry, calculus. Yet there are many local things that one have to take into account. For example, goals and emphasis. And we saw that, for example, that in the presentation by Professor Padmi from Indonesia, in her review, the goals of some curriculums could be what it's called neoliberal. It means it's very practical or pragmatically oriented, whereas in other curriculum the goals may be different, and the emphasis could be in the topics themselves. For example, Professor Tsukuba from Turkey mentioned that estimation in some countries is not at all in the curriculum, where in others there is very present, like in Turkey, and yet the objects of estimation could be very different. So the locality is in the topic and in the emphasis in the topics. For example, mathematics, the emphasis is on pure mathematics or on applied mathematics. I will refer to the applied part a little bit later. Approaches. There are very different approaches to the curriculum. For example, one approach would be putting emphasis on the procedural. Others may put emphasis on the conceptual. Others may blend the two and use them in an integrative way. Also, the entry point to a mathematical topic could be different in different local contexts. For example, one example that comes to mind is the entry point to algebra. Do we enter algebra at the beginning by simple equations, or do we enter algebra as generalized arithmetic? And there are different approaches in different curricula. Professor Masami Soda in his presentation will also talk about the difference that a simple topic like multiplication is approached, and so the entry point could be different in different curricula. The tools and the pedagogy used could be very different in local context. Tools could be, in some countries, very technological. In other, could be with manipulatives. In others, could be just paper and pencil, and so on and so forth. The pedagogy could be very different. Could be student-centered, could be teacher-centered, working with small groups, etc., and in order to implement the curriculum. So the cultural embeddedness of the curriculum could be very different, and also the issue of how mathematics relates to the real world. And we have seen many examples in the oral presentations of the mathematics in the real world. And I would like to bring some examples about mathematics in the real world, that examples that could be universal and example could be local. What's the universality? The universality is that nowadays everybody's claiming that mathematics should be related and relevant to real world, real daily life of the students. And this is almost everywhere, so it's an universal. But then when it comes to prepare activities or tasks about mathematics and the real world, it can be very, very different. For example, this is a sign that I took a photograph in the Miyajima Island near Hiroshima in Japan. And this sign could be the starting point of many interesting problems like velocity, distances, the relationship between running and walking. Okay, running and walking is an activity that maybe every child in the world may be familiar with, even though this is taken from a very local context. However, also from Japan in a market, you can see this, and we use that as an interesting task about the definition of a circle. Why are these fishes put it in a circle and not in a square? But then people may not notice that these are fish, may not notice that this is a fire. So the whole point of the mathematics that can be extracted from this situation is missed because the local context is not known. So, and here is an example from the PISA exams about moving walkways. And when I share this example, which is a very nice mathematization of walking, different walking velocities, if you walk in the walkway or outside the walkway, or you stay still in the walkway, and so on and so forth. When I share this with some colleagues in Argentina, people said that many students don't have any idea what are these walkways because they are not used to this kind of thing. So the whole point of the mathematical task, even if it's real world, is missed. So I think that the universal and the local could be intention or could be complementary to each other. Intention or complementary, meaning that should we universalize mathematics or should we localize it, and to what extent? For example, universalization of mathematics could refer to taking a curriculum from one country and importing it to another country. We saw the example from Professor Santaolalla about a French book being imported to the reality of an African country, and without taking into account that the text is very complex and students cannot even have a full comprehension of the text. So that's one issue of universalizing, importing curricula. The other issue of universalizing could be the international exams mentioned by Professor Frederick Leung, and in what sense these exams attempt to send the message that the content should be universalized. Like, for example, the task of the walkway in an airport. On the other hand, there are universal problems like that were mentioned by Professor Ombit from Philippines about climate change and disasters and things that are happening all over the world, epidemics and so on and so forth. And so these are universals that, in a sense, there is a claim that they should be made their way into the curriculum because they happened everywhere, and how mathematics can contribute to understand or mathematize these ideas. Professor Frederick Leung made an interesting comment about the universal vaccine against COVID, but even that we can say that there is now the tendency that personalized medicine that takes into account the local or the person or the individual and its individual problems. So on the other hand, localize in how to immerse the mathematics in the real world meaning the real world for a certain locality. For example, in the examples of the Philippines, the farming, or in the example of the Congo, the local realities that can be capitalized into the exam. So I think the important thing is how to balance between what should be universalized and what should be localized, in a sense that in favor of the kids that are studying the mathematics curriculum. Probably an intermediate ground would be regionalized, and it's a nice example of the camp activities, in which there were 5 camp activities organized by the ICMAI that were presented by both Maitri and Professor Frederick Leon, about how countries come together to cooperate and compare and talk about similarities and difference between their curricula. So what would be recommended to do? It would be recommended to discuss the issues, to collaborate and to cooperate in the sense that in order to balance this universalization versus the localization of issues, and discussions could be made in conference like this, for example. So again, I thank you very much for giving me the opportunity for sharing with you these few thoughts that I am happy to do with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Abraham Kavi. It was certainly very enlightening for all of us here. So let us move on to our next panelist, Professor Angel Rui. Professor Angel Rui has pre-recorded his presentation. So let us play the pre-recording, the video.
The first consideration I want to introduce is this. Curricular implementation cannot be thought as an a posteriori act external to curricular design. That is to say, the implementation must be inscribed within the curricular design. This manifests itself, for example, in which curricular objects are pertinent and possible to introduce in a curriculum. Okay, for curricular design, educational effectiveness would be achieved by identifying best practices that the international community offers. But it's not just a matter of general abstract curricular models, super sophisticated universal theories, global prescriptions, but the results of specific actions that have been or are being developed in various social, national, language, and cultural contexts. At a time when translation technology platforms have progressed a lot, it should be expected, sooner or later, that there must be more information available to everyone. Comparative studies are very useful. The success for a curriculum to be implemented depends on the social and cultural conditions, the specific moment, and the local possibilities. A curriculum must be locally relevant, meaningful, or it will never be implemented. And not only the scenario mathematics must be known, but also that of the various education agents. And it's very important to interpret the historical stage in which the country finds itself. 2. A political reading is very important. One cannot only think of a situation of a country within a period of only a few years, but must have a broader time frame. Besides, the curricular reform itself could impact other dimensions of the educational system. Obviously, this depends on the local studying context. Curricular design in socially, economically, and politically stable societies is not the same as those in which this does not occur. About implementation, the ICDME Study 24 includes a chapter where I formulated a collection of general conclusions that I called laws. They are meta-reflections. There are 6. I will use just 4 of them. Firstly, let me recall here the law of diversity. There can be a combination of factors for the implementation of a curriculum reform that is successful in one country and will not be successful in another. There is one consequence of this law. It is not adequate to try to mechanically translate, import curricula or curricular ideas from one country to another, from one context to another. This law, of course, refers directly to some of the topics we are dealing with here. This law, however, does not mean that good practices, ideas, or strategies endowed with a serious, critical, and responsible assessment cannot be a source of inspiration for curricular design and implementation. Allow me to give an example. In 2012, Costa Rica formally approved a new school mathematics curriculum for grades 1 to 12. Several countries in the Americas, Europe, and other continents have adopted competency-based approaches in contracts with previous curricula by content. In Costa Rica, something different was done. The syllabus was articulated using mathematical knowledge and its associated abilities, but also there are competencies or capabilities. The curricular objects were general mathematical competency, higher order cognitive capabilities, knowledge, and abilities. Everything very carefully integrated. Here, mathematical competency is the most general construct, which gives meaning to the mathematical school preparation. The higher cognitive capacities in this curriculum are reasoning and arguing, problem posing and solving, connecting, communicating, representing. How capacities and general competency are developed? Through pedagogical mediation in various settings, classrooms, document materials, etc. These objects were designed considering some theoretical reference available in the international community. Specifically, the ICDME in the US, the theoretical framework of the OECD, the French didactics of mathematics, and reading of some lesson structures. Also, some elements of the realistic mathematics education were used. However, all the curricular elements were coherently designed and based on ideas and theoretical perspectives progressively elaborated in Costa Rica since the 90s of last century. This reform was conceived for a long term. Although still alive, it has been assaulted by the unpredictability, COVID among other factors, and recently it has been threatened by the uncertainty. For instance, our leading team was dismissed last September. This experience connects to the law of the long term. Except in the case of curriculum changes with very little scope, reforms must be conceived as long-term processes. But also to the law of uncertainty. Curricular reforms are not in vitro processes, and therefore inevitably contain a large burden of unpredictability and uncertainty. Sometimes It is possible to use outstanding strategies that were not designed or used before in another region, or to be developed in a very innovative way. This is possible even for developing countries. In Costa Rica, since 2014, MOOCs and shorter and more focused mini MOOCs were designed and executed for in-service teachers and for students. The design of all these cutting-edge resources was something very different from what has been done in the region and in many parts of the world. Finally, in the current historical stage, where we seek for an invocation and synchronization of the universal and local context, it is important to consider the factor RRR, stated within our final law. In this scenario, opened up by the COVID-19 pandemic, all curricular implementation must include a factor RRR that involves at least 3 actions in connection to objectives: rethinking, reforming, rescheduling. This factor RRR is most likely to be higher in countries or regions within a country with lower socioeconomic, educational, and cultural development.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Angel Rui. So let us move on now to our third panelist for this first sub-team, sub-team 1. Let us invite Professor Masami Isoda. The floor is yours.
Okay. You see? Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Che. Today, I talk about factorialization of mathematics curriculum development and terminology to explain the sequence for student agency case of multiplication. Student agency means learned how to learn. And on this presentation, I talk about the student who are able to use they already learned. It means that students can think by themselves, by and for themselves. And I have some experiences of the curriculum development. For example, ASEAN curriculum standard, C-based CCRLS. And I experienced a lot, I learned a lot from various perspectives, especially the government official who represent national curriculum. And such challenges are discussed last year's presentation with Mr. Kim Hong. And another experience is curriculum reform recommendation in APEC. And it is computational and statistical thinking. We developed the curriculum framework. And I also experienced several countries' textbook adaptation. This is the case of Thailand. Just Dr. Maitri discussed Project Camp 3. And it is activity, the collaboration with Dr. Maitri. And today I focus on teaching multiplication with lesson study. It is published with Dr. Raymond Olfos. He will present later. And this book, the preface is given by the Dr. Abraham Al-Kabi. Thank you very much. And today I talk about this purple square part. Okay, terminology for curriculum sequence and task sequence for teaching approach and so on. Firstly, I would like to begin from what the meaning of universal mathematics in my case. And in my understanding, mathematics used to be any subject to develop logical thinking to grown-up philosophers on their languages in ancient Greece. Mathema means the subject of instruction and learning. Not only specify the current meaning of mathematics. Of course, geometry, arithmetic are included, however, astronomy and music and so on. And the mathematics is learned in Greek. So think mathematically is think in Greek. And in Middle Age, it's become the whole subject of seven liberal arts. Please look at the picture from the top. It is metaphysics and musica, geometria, astronomia, and arithmetic is here. Okay. So those are the all called mathematical subject. And Arabic numeral and algebra introduced to the Europe. And the universal mathematics was proposed by René Descartes to reintegrate mathematical sciences into one with algebraic language. And then algebra becomes the basis for mathematical science. And the school mathematics should be universal. What does it mean? How? There are inconsistencies between mathematics and school mathematics alone. Okay? Because originally mathematics is to develop something, logical thinking by using some subject. Okay? But now it has strong biases by the algebraic representation. So this is my first question. School mathematics should be universal? Of course, universal. However, yeah. And historian, Dr. Bess is math educator, in my understanding. He discussed like that. The contradiction between mathematics as science and the exemplified elementary school mathematics was the basis of different fruitful discourse in the 19th century. I believe that we are still continuing fruitful discourses. Okay, I skip. And the multiplication, in the case of English, multiplication. Okay, this is the English representation of the operation. And which one is operator? Okay. And if we represent it in the expression, algebraic form, what is strange is that the case of multiplication. And it can also be read sometimes, b times a and multiply a by b. However, we can also read the expression itself b multiplied by a sometimes. Okay. So there is something strange. And actually, currently, multiplier comes first. But 100 years ago, even in English country, multiplier comes second. So we believe that multiplication is universal. However, very much complicated already. And in the current pure mathematics matrix, we write like this. Operator comes the like left-hand side, okay? And on that custom, we can operate like, we can draw the operation by using arrows. Then others are like this. It is strange, right? And then For me, it looks nice. So 100 years ago looks nice. And actually, division is reciprocal number of multiplication. For that, 100 years ago it looks nice. Okay, y equal ax. Okay, this is a row 3. Okay, which one is a constant? Which one is operator? And this one is better. Those discussions are multiplication needs repeated addition or no, such a discussion. And it's also related with the vertical form or column method of multiplication. Multiplied from the lower, from bottom to up, bottom line to up line, or up line to bottom line, such a discussion. And more complicated. There is discussion, the question from the Dr. Takuya Baba, and which does mean the local. Okay, in the national curriculum of Bahasa Indonesia, they talk Bahasa Indonesia. That is national language, and it should be multiplier comes first. On the other hand, middle of Java Island, they talk Japanese, and originally that is the center of the country, Java Island. And in Japanese, multiplier comes second is better. So what does it mean? National language, and for teaching math, they use sometimes mother tongue. Very much complicated. So local means depending on the context and there are challenges. And another perspective is that the extension and the integration or mathematization process. Okay, I use the example for multiplication from the book of teaching multiplication with lesson study. Okay, basically, usually we introduce multiplication as accumulation, repeated addition. Okay, and then it produces the row. Okay, and then we use the law of multiplications for the two-digit number cases. So the situation A is extended to B. Okay, and then we introduce a column multiplication, and then we extend the situation from B to C. Okay, the C is that includes the decimal. Okay, then product is always other than. No. Product becomes smaller. Wow. Okay, such a discussion. And here is a decimal point. And then finally, division of fraction become multiplication. We thought we teach for operation. However, if we begin to discuss this, division become multiplication. So on these processes, there are many contradictions. Those yellow parts are contradict something. Okay, and for overcoming contradictions through reorganization, what we already learned. Okay. And this is an example of the contradiction in mathematics curriculum sequence. Overcoming contradiction, recognizing what we all Overcoming contradictions through reorganizing what we already learned. Okay, it doesn't move, strange. Okay. So this is a C-based CCRLS ASEAN curriculum standard. And to develop student agency, we would like to teach, okay, mathematical value seeking beautifulness. And Dr. Abraham showed some pictures. It is beautifulness related with the circle, okay, such a thing. And there is a context. There are two contexts for teaching the mathematical thinking and the values and attitude, and for human character formation. We usually use the context, and contextualization is necessary and key. And the first context is that usually use real-world problem, local, global, and societal natures. It's those context has. On the other hand, context 2 is related with mathematical task sequence or curriculum sequence or teaching sequence. As we already see, there is a language already some contradiction. And there are some mathematically also there are some contradiction. And we are overcoming the contradiction itself is the content of mathematics learning. And it is a part of mathematics curriculum. Okay. And how can we distinguish the curriculum, the content of curriculum sequence? We are necessary to have the appropriate terminology to explain the content of teaching. For example, multiplication, in this case, operator comes first, okay? And then division. There are two meanings of division. And one is to find the red part. It is called partitive division. And to find the yellow part, it is called quotative division. And dividing fraction is equally dividing, or it's sometimes called part-whole relationship, part-whole, and it is partitive division. And equally dividing can be do like this. And measuring fraction based on the unit fraction scaling like this. Okay? Those two differences are the differences based on multiplications. Which one is operator? And the quantities, okay, it also directly correspond different quantity or same quantity. And the fraction as quotient, okay, quantities from the perspective of there's a quantity fractions, and the fraction as quotient is coming produced, and there are ratios, and the fraction as ratios, and depending on which quantity or part or part whole, there are several cases. And then there are some correspondences and incorrespondences. And then we finally achieve rational numbers. And what I want to confirm here is that usually, so many countries, teacher believes that dividing fraction is a fraction, equally dividing. However, part to part, no related. Okay, so there are some inconsistency. And what I want to confirm here is that we should know the inconsistencies and the contradiction. And this is a conclusion. Mathematics is universal. School mathematics should be universal. Of course, at the final moment should be universal. As for establishment of So the curriculum developer necessary to make an effort is establishment of pre-established harmony. Master educators as curriculum developer must recognize inconsistency and contradiction and have to make decision how it's become universal. For example, the case of Indonesia. Japanese or for whole Indonesia. Such a problem have to decide politically, establish curriculum and task sequence. How can students overcome the inconsistency and contradiction by using what already learned? Okay. Through by using what the student already learned, students are able to think by and for themselves. Otherwise, teacher usually teach something really new, and just the student cannot, because student cannot understand and try to get the skill from the manner of teachers. And the school mathematics is a subject for human character formation. Okay, historically, this is the Margarita Philosophica, 1504, and Logica, Rhetorica, Grammar, Arithmetica, Musica, Geometria, Astronomia. Those are the basis for the moral and something. So historically, mathematics is the basis to develop human character. And those new curriculum framework also propose to develop human character and necessary issues, multiple cultural issues, language and representation, and establish curriculum and task sequence to develop mathematical thinking and values for making decision most necessary. For making these decisions, most necessary is the terminology to distinguish content, every content in the curriculum sequence, and explain why. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Indeed, we have a very interesting presentations by all the three panelists. We thank all of them very much. So far, we have had two discussion questions posted. These two questions came from YouTube. At the moment, we have two modes of broadcast in our conference. The smaller group is our group here through Zoom, and from Zoom, it is transmitted to YouTube to be broadcasted. And in YouTube, we are also taking questions, and we have selected two questions from YouTube. The first question, maybe I'll read the question. You can also read the question, it's on your chat. I'll just read out, and then we'll post the questions to the three panelists. Adoption and contextualizing universal curriculum in mathematics has always been a trend in third world countries. So to improve the quality of mathematics education, and it has always been a challenge. Now, with the fourth industrial revolution, we now have a digital learning, AI and data science, etc. in mathematics education. There now arises the problem of inclusive mathematics education. How can we in third world countries adapt? I think we should be in this sense that first world countries collaborate with and help third world. That is the first thoughts of from Elviro from YouTube. He also posted another question by the same person. Another issue in adoption of universal mathematics education and research culture. For example, the practice of reproducible mathematics research and computation. In our country, not much are aware of the benefits of reproducibility. How can this be adopted? So can I post these two questions to the panelists?
I can
react to those questions, if it's possible. Can I?
Abraham Angel, are you here?
Yeah, I am here and I would like to react to both questions.
I am also
Okay.
here, and I would like Angel to start. He comes from Costa Rica, and he probably has a lot of things to say.
Thank you, Abraham. I think the questions are very interesting, and I believe that we live in a very particular historical context where technology is something so impressive, changes every day, and I think we have to take into account that context in order to design our plans. So, for instance, in relation to the first question, I think that now is very important to support the provision of a wideband internet connection, servers, and resources, and that's not that easy in third world countries because there is a lack of money. In the case of Costa Rica, for example, 40% of our students do not have a good connection to internet, even no connection. So the issue of infrastructure is important. And I think that's an avenue for first world countries to support third world countries in this area to provide better conditions for using technological infrastructure that now is available in the world. The second question, it refers to basically dimensions that are also connected. For example, in Costa Rica, we had resources, more than 500 videos, websites with practices for everyone. We have many resources associated to the curriculum. However, all those resources do not reach the whole community, the students, the teachers. And that's in part an issue of national educational policies, but at the same time, the absence of enough resources to make possible to reach all those regions. So when you talk about mathematics education or the teaching of mathematics in a more inclusive way, you need resources. And this is a clear challenge for most of our countries. So I will say that that's very important to take into account. I will say two other things that are related. The first one is that we need to work with the teacher preparation, initial and in service. That's very important to create this culture of mathematics education, inclusive or stronger or whatever. That's very important. But I think that in one country, this requires something that sometimes you don't see, that is the existence of a strong team of persons that are well prepared with all the international connections in order to analyze, to make a scrutiny of the situation and the elements and the resources in the world, and being able to see what's possible to use or not use in one country. So the existence of these teams, for me, is a key for all this process in all third world countries. I will edit it.
Professor Kavi?
Thank you, and thank you, Angel, for your thoughts. I have mixed feelings about the issue of technology because the availability of technology is a big issue in many countries, and I remember I did a workshop with colleagues in Argentina, and I shared with them a board game, not with technology, just with paper and pieces and dice and stuff like that. And I started by apologizing that I'm using a board game that are not longer in use. And I had a bad reaction. I said, well, you don't know where you live, because in our country, many schools don't have technology. They don't have technological games. A board game is the way to go. So technology seems to be like blinding us in a little bit, that we have to have it, we have to do it, and no matter what. And let me tell you that many of us were educated without technology, and we survived. And there is plenty of things that you can do with very limited infrastructure in mathematics. And if you have technology, of course, you can do wonderful things. You can change the way you do things. You can change the way you think in geometry, improving in many words. But if you don't have it, it's not the end of the world. You can do a lot of good mathematics without technology. Look, for example, at the extraordinary epistemological analysis that were presented by Professor Masami Soda. He didn't mention technology at all. It was a deep reflection about the issues themselves, the depth of the mathematical issues that you have to confront. So there are so many things to do before you go to technology. On the other hand, there are so many bad things you can do with technology, and bad mathematical equation you can do with technology. So I would take the issue of technology with a grain of salt. There are wonderful things that you can do it, but if you don't have it, it's not the end of the world. And there are plenty of things that can be done in countries that they don't have readily available technology. So that's my main point. And these are the thoughts of a person who grew up without technology, but became very enthusiastic about technology in my later ages, but with a grain of salt, as I'm saying. So that's my main comment I wanted to present to the person who asked the question. I don't know if you agree or not.
Thank you, Professor Angel and Professor Abraham, for sharing your thoughts. There's also this question about the practice of reproducible mathematics research and computation. Would you care to comment on this?
Yes,
anyone?
yes. May I?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Yeah, it is also related to the current my project. And currently, in relation to the APEC, we are discussing the curriculum framework, computational and statistical thinking. And now we are collaborating with the Southeast Asia Ministers of Education Organizations, centers. Tomorrow, I think, from Sikkim, already from the Sikkim research meters talked, and tomorrow, Dr. Sumari Diono will talk, and that we are collaborating to develop computational thinking. And in the case of primary level, and more than half of the content or unplanned computer. Without computer, using computer, how can we develop computational thinking? And such approach is necessary. And why we should discuss such a perspective means originally, okay, thinking logically, such a thing is the name of mathematics. And on that context, we can see the activities of programming and coding and machine learning and so on. And if we focus on, for example, okay, in mathematical thinking, sorry. For example, here, set unit comparison operation and pattern, recursion, and invariant. All of these content are deeply related with computational thinking and programming and so on. Without discussing the condition, for example, on the situation of counting, if we say 3 apples, apple is a unit for counting, and there are only, we counted the apple. We didn't count the banana and so on. So we are already discussing the condition of the set. So such a views are necessary to develop computational thinking and mathematical thinking. So from that perspective, now we began the project for the primary level. Without using computer, we can develop computational thinking and so on. In the case of primary level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Isuda. We don't have much time left, so I think we have to end this very interesting panel discussion session here. Then we'll take a 5 minutes break before we have the presentations for the next sub-team 2. Thank you so much to all the panelists, Professor Abraham Akavi, Professor Angel Rui, and also Professor Masami Isoda. We have had a wonderful discussion. So let us, in our usual way, give them a big hand. Okay, thank you. Let's take a break of 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
High above the clouds, looking out into the sky. Right before our eyes, our lives are coming into shape. With each breath we take, we find the reason why we've come together in this place. Tell me, can you see the future looking back at you? Tell me, can you hear the message carried in the winds to your heart? Imagine the future. We shall go together, our hearts joined as one. Move ahead, take a step and carry on. Imagine the future. morning light as brand new days begin. Our endless dreams are written in the pages of the sky. Upon the waves of time, we sail across the seas, sails guided by the winds of dreams. Times are always changing, changing, even you and me. Changing all together, we can find the power that's deep inside. In the future, we shall go together. Keep moving us forward. Look up high to the future of the stars. Future of the stars. Imagine the future. We shall go together. Open your mind. Make a world that changes us all. Our wings open wide, we can fly above it all, to a place of wonders that we have never seen. Don't be afraid, for you are not alone. We'll be together through it all. Tell me, can you feel the future growing inside yourself? Tell me, will you let it grow into a wonderful, brand new world? Imagine the future. Imagine the future. We shall go together. We shall go together. Our hearts joined as one. Move ahead, take a step and carry on. Carry on. Imagine the future. Imagine the future. We shall go together. We shall go together. Walk hand in hand. Make a future that changes the world. Imagine the future. Imagine the future. We shall go together. We shall go together. Keep moving us forward. Look up high to the future of the stars. Imagine the future. Imagine the future. We shall go together. Open your mind. Make a world that changes us all. High above the clouds, looking out into the sky. Right before our eyes, our lives are coming into shape. With each breath we take, we find the reason why we've come together in this place. Tell me, can you see the future looking back at you? Tell me, can you hear the message carried in the winds to your heart?
Hello, let's proceed to the next session, short oral presentation subtheme 2. And I'd like to invite our session chair, Yuliko Braden, Dr. Yuliko Braden, please.
Hi, everybody. Today, I am honored to chair the first session of subtheme 2, which will discuss the issues of transitions across the curriculum of mathematics from diverse perspectives and levels of mathematics education. In this session, we'll have 7 great contributions that will be presented and to deepen the discussions on the issues so well introduced in Subsystem 1. The questions that may be presented, may arise, are welcome and will be posted in the chat, and will enrich the discussions today and possibly in the panel discussion tomorrow, because we will continue with panel discussion tomorrow. Because of the advancing of the time, I will stick to the time of presentation to 10 minutes each. So please, the first presenter is Professor Timothy Sippald about 2 critical transitions for secondary math teachers. Please, Professor Sippald. Please, you may start.
Sorry about that. Thank you. So I'm going to speak about a pair of critical transitions that arise in teacher education. And they come from issues that have been identified, but I think they fit nicely in the context of this conference. The first is about conceptual changes and the learning processes that go on, particularly where a student learns in one manner, but when they become a teacher, they have to convey the content differently in order to ensure that they're getting at the concepts when they deliver instructionally. And the second transition that I'd like to speak to is about social groups and the context between social groups. And this comes up with in-service teachers. So teachers who are practicing and they are in their regular roles. And as they're doing that, they are upgrading or revitalizing their professional practice. So the first one is primarily for initial teacher training and comes up in faculties of education programs such as the Bachelor of Education or licensure for teaching. And the second one is on the job, if you will. It's in the context of being a teacher and filling that role, but needing to expand one's pedagogical repertoire or expand the understanding of that content specific to students. So for the initial teacher training transition, the student is effectively becoming the teacher. As a student, they are a consumer of instruction. They are learning from the teacher in whatever manner, whether it's a transaction or other modes of delivery. But as the instructor, they have this different perspective of having to look at all the students in the class. They have to plan ahead. They have to recognize the needs. And many students in faculties of education struggle with this. They learn how to, but they have to think on different time scales. They have to think in terms of sharing resources. They have to think of the community that the school is in. And they have to develop instructional strategies, oftentimes summarized as schema. The communities align with jurisdictions. There is this local aspect, and in Canada, this aligns with provinces. We do not have a national curriculum. We have provincial curriculums. And within those jurisdictions, there are shared practices that could be perceived as local. So we somewhat need to create tensions there to promote learning from outside of the jurisdictions. And there's a parallel here to Dr. Leung mentioning using different jurisdictions as laboratories for learning. And so that's a transition where there's an opportunity to learn across different curricula. Within service teaching, the concept of continuity and discontinuity, which might be thought of in terms of the tensions and complementarity, it fits quite nicely, because for teachers who are actively teaching, they find that certain ways of upgrading are readily available, and other modes of upgrading aren't. There are very distinct pieces that teachers can pursue for professional learning, and other ones that they can't, at least in Canada. And so we end up with communities of practice that tend to be aligned with what is readily available and what is complementary or perceived to be complementary with the role. And what we find is that there are tensions if you go outside of that. And one of the key areas where there's a discontinuity is that if teachers, particularly in secondary schools, wish to upgrade their math knowledge, pursuing university courses in mathematics is very awkward, and there are a lot of hindrances there. So for in-service, it's dominated by the curriculum, and most of the professional practices align with that. And there's this perception from outside that teachers aren't interested in anything but dealing with the curriculum. And this is not actually the case. Judette mentions this incompleteness of disciplinary studies. And we also know that student achievement actually aligns with, to some extent, with the level of achievement of teachers in their subject discipline. And so there is reason to think that teachers pursuing additional math training, for instance, would actually have benefits. And so this perception is not altogether valid. So there is a need to explore this, and it fits nicely with this conference in that the local tends to provide continuity, and it's got complementary ways of doing things, and sort of needs this tension of crossing and looking for universal scenarios where in initial teacher training, there's a natural tension there, and we somewhat need to find a complementary scheme where, by looking at what goes on in different faculties of education, we can find the commonalities that will help with this. And so what I find with this is that there are two areas that definitely need international cooperation, and they are quite different, where initial teacher training needs one thing, this sort of deep conversation around conceptualization and how to move students from being students to being in the leadership role of the teacher. But once teachers are engaged in teaching as a career, it actually transitions, and the tension then becomes what the opportunities are for them to improve their own practice. And we find that in there, there are these hindrances if they try to go outside of the sort of realm of the curriculum. And that's something where, by doing comparisons across jurisdictions, there's a distinct possibility of finding ways that we can, in fact, do that. And within the jurisdiction, one of the challenges is that the number of people, the number of teachers, is relatively small. And so we actually need these larger communities and cooperation across jurisdictions. And we need to figure out the scope of this. And that's something I'm not aware of having been done. And so that's why I wanted to bring it to the attention of this conference. And that's my presentation.
Thank you very much, Professor Siebert, and thank you very much for keeping the time. So the questions that may arise, we will leave to the end. So the next speaker is Professor Oshima and Kusaka. Maybe Professor Kusaka is here, and he will do the analysis comparing the intended curricula in 4 sub-Saharan countries along the theme of linear functions from early primary school. Thank you very much, Professor Oshima and Kusaka. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. I'm Akira Oshima, a student from Hiroshima University, and my co-presenter, Satoshi Kusaka, is also here.
My name is Satoshi Kusaka from Naruto University of Education. Thank you.
So our title is Progression to Linear Function from Primary School, comparing the intended curricula of 4 sub-Saharan African countries. And it's under subtheme 2. So this study examines the intended curricula of 4 sub-Saharan African countries, focusing on the functions of mathematics education. The reason why we focus on function is that it is important yet challenging topic in mathematics education, and the intended curriculum plays a crucial role in determining a country's learning achievement, but there is limited research which compares the intended curricula in sub-Saharan Africa. That's why we are interested in it. So based on the literature review, we found that fostering functional thinking from early grade is critical and may improve learner achievement. However, some elementary curricula do not explicitly describe it. And here's some literature that we referred. For example, it is widely accepted that early algebra, including functional thinking, is necessary. And an LCT intervention in early algebra, including functional thinking, has improved learner achievement. And elementary curricula offer little in the way of supporting students' functional thinking. So therefore, explicit integration of functional thinking into the curriculum from early grade is necessary. So our purpose of the study is to identify similarity and differences in curriculum progression for learning linear function by comparing 4 countries' national curriculum from primary school onward. And we had 2 research questions. Number 1, what are the characteristics and similarity and differences of the learning content in each country, including the other content domains related to linear function? And number 2, what fundamental issues are revealed by the comparison? And the method is that the learning topics related to linear functions were defined, extracted, and analyzed using document analysis method. So we had 2 steps in our analysis. First, we identified 8 categories related to linear function. For example, patterns, rate, ratio, and proportions, and categorize the topics in each country's national curriculum and compare the scope and sequence of each curriculum. And step 2, we further investigate the curriculum of 4 countries to identify issues, and textbooks were also consulted when necessary. Unfortunately, we only focus on step 1 analysis because of the time constraints. So today's focus is only step 1. And we chose Ethiopia, Ghana, Mozambique, and South Africa due to their distinct historical and geographic backgrounds. So here's our analytical framework in visual form. So we identified 8 categories connected to linear functions, starting from numeric patterns, multiples, rate ratio, direct proportion, and of course, linear equation is also related. And cross-cutting is representation such as graphs, tables. And each categories are elaborated more to precisely categorize the topic. So this is just a visual representation, and some more detailed definition is there. And topics, we have the 2 terms, topics and categories. So topics means that the name in the national curriculum. And category is these 8 categories that we define. And the findings is this table. So this table shows the relationship between categories and countries. And colored part means the topic is taught in that grade. For example, if we look at this part of the table, Ethiopia teach numeric pattern in grade 2. Multiples in 2 to 9 are taught in grade 5 and 6. That's how we interpret the table. And from this table, we can see the clear difference among countries. So actually, I was so surprised because I was assuming that there is very similar mathematics curriculum in sub-Saharan African countries. However, from this analysis, we identified it's kind of different. They have different curriculums. So for example, South Africa have more colored part, which means more topics and repetition. So repetition means they teach numeric patterns in grade 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up to 9. Of course, the content is different between the grade, but they teach numeric patterns from grade 1 to grade 9. On the other hand, Mozambique is teaching less topic and less repetition, only teaching the topics related to linear function from grade 4 and only this amount. So it's totally different. And of course, we can see if we categorize the same data in this category, and we can see that numeric patterns in Ghana and South Africa, it's repeated, but Ethiopia, Mozambique, they don't teach, or they teach a little bit, or number sentence with symbol. Ghana and South Africa teach it, but other 2 countries don't. So let me summarize the findings from the table. So linear functions are taught in grades 7 to 9, but the curriculum progression varies. Ghana and South Africa seem to have similar ideas on learning functions. For example, Ghana and South Africa continuously teach numeric patterns from lower grades, while Ethiopia and Mozambique do not. Ghana and South Africa have more iterations of topics than Ethiopia and Mozambique. And linear equations are introduced as number sentence with symbols. So this one, in Ghana and South Africa. So these are the findings based on the step 1 analysis. And these findings raise some questions. Question number 1, does the iteration of topics across the grade demonstrate a clear progression? Number two, how many hours are allocated to each topic or mathematics lesson? Obviously, you can see the difference from Mozambique and South Africa. So in that case, do they teach the same hours or do they teach totally different hours? That's another thing that we have to consider. And number three, what is the connection between distinct direct proportion and linear function? And some other question, we got some other question as well, which is conducted in step 2 analysis. And our limitation of study is that our analysis is a curriculum document. So we didn't do textbook analysis. So textbook analysis may provide a more detailed view of the implemented curriculum. Now its conclusion. So this study compared the intended curriculum of 4 sub-Saharan African countries, focusing on topics related to linear function. And our analysis revealed various differences among countries, highlighting the need for further investigation. So we are conducting a more detailed analysis to identify issues in the national curricula. And further findings and discussions, I mean, step 2 analysis is in the appendices. So I think you can download and have a look at it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Oshima Sensei. So the next speaker is Professor Annie Savard, who will talk about the teaching and the learning at large to discuss the cascade model. Please, Professor Savard.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm going to talk a little bit about an experiment I have done in Côte d'Ivoire, also known as Ivory Coast. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the cascade training model and how I change it in Côte d'Ivoire so that participants are more voiced and the training was more effective. So the question I had to answer is how to train a large amount of in-service teachers in the shortest amount of time and money. And I want to train them about supporting early grade students developing number sense with manipulative. So this is a top-down approach at first. So what is a cascade training model? A cascade training model is a professional development made for teachers and for others learners. So the first steps is developing the training material and material to be used in classroom. Then the expert train a group of teacher or other educator, and this group train another group, and the other group train another group, and goes so and on and on and on. So this is really a top-down approach. So it starts at the top and it goes until it ends in all classroom that the teacher was trained. So there's different levels. Of course, this is a top-down approach, and it reached a large number of teachers in a short amount of time with costs reduced, and it might cause rapid and massive changes. But on the other hand, there's a dilution of knowledge. So, and there's a loss of quality because of mistakes. So if one of the trainers make a mistakes, then it trains people and the mistakes are repeated over and over. And the thing is, the teacher don't have access to the expert. There is so long, it's so far from them, so the knowledge is not as this quality. So my question then is how to implement a bottom-up approach in a cascade model project. So I had this project. I was the international consultant, but I have the collaborator stance as the Dr. Loïc talked this morning. So it's a new project to improve mathematics learning in early grades. So there's a lot, it's a big project with a lot of teachers and a lot of students. And we really want to have teachers changing their teaching practices so that students develop number sense, and then they can go, they might be better to continue their education. So I've been asked to implement a cascade model training, And in this view, this view, which is utilitarianism, teaching is only a process. So I said, no, I don't want to use a teaching cascade training model. I want to try something else. And they said, but with the budget and so on, we still have to have the skeleton. I said, okay, I'm going to try something. So, and I had in mind coaching while rehearsing. I'm going to present this to you. So it's really implementing a whole class group discussion. So it's really helping teacher to facilitate discussion and not just questioning students and have them repeat over and over the same things. So in this model, a coach supports the teacher during the training. During the training, we make a rehearsal. So it's not enough to say, this is the material, we're going to present the material, we're going to leave it, so that teacher not only knows the theory, but knows how to implement it. So during the rehearsal, one person among the participants play the roles of the teacher. Other people play the role of learners, and a coach intervenes during the rehearsals. So a coach can stop the teacher rehearsing to modelize the teaching practices, to ask about learning intention, to question the knowledge institute. For instance, when there's math mistakes, we can correct them on spot and positioning the learner, the teacher competently all the time. So it's really bridging the gap between teachers and learners. And during those rehearsals, participants play the role, and then they start to think like students. Oh, what are students gonna say? What are they going to do? And then it's prepared them better to when they're going to face their own students, so that they have an experience of not only how to teach, but how students might respond to the knowledge in action. And we're talking about a large amount of students in a classroom. We're talking about using manipulative, which is quite challenging. So in fact, the model I try to implement, so this is the cascade model in the middle. So the national expert, they train inspector and school board consultant, and then they train teacher, but there's coaching all the time. So I coach the national expert before delivering the training. Then during the training, they coach because they did rehearsal with inspector and school board consultants. So they coach them, and I was with them to coach the coachee. And then when the inspector and school board consultant trained the teacher, the national expert, one of them was in the room with them to coach them again, because they asked the teacher to play, to rehearse. So it was coaching, so that the teacher have access to the national expert, which was not the case with the previous model. And of course, because of this chain, the question teacher have and the concern they have, it's coming back to me because I'm there and the national experts are there. So then the dilution of knowledge is reduced. I'm not saying there's not, because there's always some dilution, but this is reduced because they have access. And this is bottom up, because the teachers, while rehearsing, they bring the problems they face in their classroom when they have 100 students, or how to help them to student to develop number sense, how to question students about their activity with manipulative. So all those important questions were raised and bring back to me. And that was an important part. And a teacher were very engaged, I must say. So if I look back, so like I said previously, there's less dilution and there's immediate remediation. So when the teacher left the classroom, let's say, when they were trained, so they, on the spot, they have answer right away. So there's alternative conception or mathematical mistakes or new knowledge about mathematics and teaching practice are addressed. And it takes the same amount of time. Of course, it's a little bit more expensive because of the experts traveling and being there, but it's nothing when we're talking about a large amount of teachers. So this was really helpful for me. I noticed that it's a large project and it's hard to manage and coordinate all the logistics to plan for the training and so on. So it's a significant data collection. So we might have bias because they were observation of teacher to observe their teaching practices. So we have to train the people who's going to observe them as well to recognize and to code the teaching practices. And in this regard, more research is needed. So there's socio-cultural and institutional variables such as language and supervisory chains. For instance, the inspector, it's difficult for them being a coach because their role is to inspect and assess the teachers. So having a different role such as a coach is really new for them, and it's really hard and not having assessing the teachers. It's easier for school board consultant because they don't assess teachers. So of course it needs establishing.
1 minute, please. 1 minute.
Oh yeah, but it's my last slide, so no worry. So establishing base of mutual trust between the member of the team of national experts, because they're coming from different backgrounds, between the actor of the management chain and the inspectors and the school board consultant, you know, it's different relationship they have to develop, and between the teacher and the expert. So they have to you know, because I talk to the teachers and so on. And of course, I'm coming from a foreign country, so we have to establish trust. They speak French in this country. I do speak French, but they have some accent coming in the equation. And some problem arising along the way, such as the material is not delivered on time, or they miss time, or, you know, there's something that the training has to be postponed. So of course, every project has those things, but so far so good, but more research is needed, and I'm still analyzing some data. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honey. So the next speaker is Raimundo Olfos and Soledad Estrella about the practitioners and faculty cooperation for improved teaching in preschool. Please, Raimundo, are you here? Hi, Soledad. Good morning for you. Please,
good morning, good night to some. Hello to everyone. Hello, Turkey. A little problem, it's okay.
It's
okay, thank you. Yes, Soledad Estrella and me, Raimundo Olfos, we will talk about the relation between practitioners and faculties and how this relation can cooperate or improve the transit between kinder or preschool and primary school. And in this talk, we will talk about a project that we finished this year, and it was related to childhood teachers' difficulties to teach mathematics in relation with some curricular, social, and affective goals. In this case, we work with in 2 steps. In the first year, we worked with 13 teachers, 7 faculties, and some assistants. And teachers, 30 teachers come from different cities, different regions. The faculties become to our university and other partners. We were thinking in a solution of the problem of the teacher, the preschool teachers, providing a course. The idea was a scaffolding idea. The idea was to work together in the first year with the teachers and working in producing some lessons using lesson study cycles. We divide the different topic of the curriculum in 4 groups, and each group was working in some topics. In this case, I chose some ideas of what we was working for cultivating mathematical thinking and in connection with social affective curricular goals. With the 13 teachers, we create the unit, each unit with some experience, 3 experience by unit, and we provide, we create a platform, and the platform is contain the lesson plan. The lesson plan was created by teachers and faculties, and in this approach, we the teacher tried to put in action the lesson, and then we have some commentaries, and then we provide an additional ideas, and then we apply again in the other room, and then we put the plan in the website for the course to provide the next year to other teachers. And we create videos for the teacher, the preschool teacher, and we provide videos to use in the lesson, to use in the room. And in that case, we add an additional person that was talking with students through the video. In this approach, we were thinking in how to answer to mathematics in the view of international view. We apply as pretest a test. The test has a lot of questions, 72 questions, but this test called TEMA is prepared for age 3 to 8. So when the student it's not able to give 5 answers, we stop the test. This is one of the questions, so you can imagine what kind of mathematical content we provide. We was considering to create our lesson. This is the item 13 from the 72. The test say count on. This is an interview. This test is for each student. So we had a lot of interview for 600 students for take data. Count on with me, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it comes. If the children do not answer, so these children has not the possibility to answer. So we go to the item 14. If the she answer correctly, say, imagine I am counting and I get to 3. What number come after? After 3. So if the student answer, you can ask the question, the next question. If the child does not respond or responding correctly, say 3 and then come 4. Continue with the follow trace. 9 and then come. So the student have to think what is the next number. The other question is what is the next number of 5 and the next number of 7. And
1 minute to conclude. 1 minute.
Okay. Okay. So we prepare the lessons for respond an international view of mathematics. This is a non local, so it's a universal approach. And I only provide this is the one moment in the lesson, and that was in the time that we used a lesson by internet, and we provide say to the student, put in order. It is a situation of cooking, and they have to say what instrument is first and what ingredient is first, something like that. And this is the last slide. This is another situation. We say to the student that some dog can to go to the street, but it is not possible because there are a lot of cars in not correct parking. So we say, please, for help dogs, for put a car in order, you have to put in the parking place. So they have to put the number for the cars and then put in order 1, 2, 3 until 10. So this is an activity related to that situation that I showed. This is the platform. This is comparison, patterns, classification, and here we have the activity for level transition, and here the lesson plan, here the videos, and this is for each of the topics. This is pattern, and okay, we have enough time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Raimundo, for finishing in time. Now, the next speaker, I apologize if I mispronounce the name, Professor Zain Visna. We analyze the mathematics curriculum, geometry curriculum in Cambodia's general education. Please, Professor Visna.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Chair. Can you see my slide?
Yes, yes,
it is,
please.
Sorry. Is it moving? Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, Professor and all members in our conference. Today, I'm very happy to present my topic related to an analysis of mathematics curriculum in Cambodia general education, and it is focused on geometry. And that's one. This is my content of my presentation today. And regarding to the background and rationale of my research topic is, we already know that the curriculum is the foundation for an effective education system that ensures quality learning of all learners and preparation of operational goal and local citizens. And also nowadays, many countries are looking for their national curriculum and asking, is the curriculum relevant and responsive to the needs of the today's markets? And we have some problems in our Cambodian context, such as the Cambodian general education mathematics curriculum was set up high for general education students. It caused the student difficulties catching up with the main concept and understanding. And also we have found that many teachers and students have addressed some difficulty in teaching and learning geometry with different contexts on how to explain to the student while understanding of the fundamental of geometry from the concept to the visual understanding. And we have some indicator that we found in Cambodian National Assessment Report of CRICED-UT in 2016, so that the student can earn just only 46.5 among 100 of the total scores in geometry. And the result of the national examination in grade 12 in the year of 2020-2021, we received only 47.93% of the total student can solve the problem related to the geometry. Then refer to the according to the low learning achievement of the national test, as well as national examination in geometry, the mathematics curriculum on geometries of general education is needed to analyze. That's why I choose this topic to present for today. And we already know that the Singapore mathematics curriculum is highly appreciated for several reasons by different scholars, and has resulted in the Singapore student consistency ranking at the top in the national mathematics assessments such as team study and PISA. Therefore, this study is aimed to compare the current situation of implementing the general education curriculum on geometry between Cambodia and Singapore. And to achieve this, I have already set up two main research questions has been raised here. The question one, what is the current status of geometry curriculum of Cambodia general education system compared to the geometry curriculum of Singapore general education? And the second one, how can geometry curriculum in Cambodia to be improved, but meet the need of the student in the Cambodia context? And the methodology that I use here, I use the comparative analysis based on Cambodia general education curriculum framework that published in 2016 and detailed syllabus published in 2018 with the curriculum framework and detailed syllabus of Singapore general education that published in 2020, focusing only geometry. And then I also do the comparison focus on the framework and subject content between two countries based on 3C model analysis named content, clarity, and coherence to find out the gap in curriculum implementation and the linkage between grade to grade. Furthermore, not just only this, in the discussion, I will pick up some previous curriculum review with different context and from previous country beside the target country has been selected to discuss to triangulate the result of my findings. And this is the result that I got from the curriculum framework comparison. We have found I found that the difference between Cambodia and Singapore curriculum framework in Cambodia focus on developing student awareness of how mathematics used in their own and other community, while the Singapore curriculum emphasize conceptual and ideological approach. And the other one, like in Cambodia curriculum, stress analysis mathematical concepts such as logical reasoning, while the Singapore curriculum already stressed on conceptual understanding, skill, proficiency, and mathematical process, and do emphasis, attitude, and metacognition. And also I have found another one specific, like in Cambodia, we focus emphasis on analyzing the learning outcome, mainly focus on knowledge, skill, and attitude, while the Singapore curriculum, they build a strong foundation in mathematical concept based on the student learning experience, mainly focus on the problem solving skill. And regarding to the 3D model analysis that I use, this content, clarity, and coherence, the difference between two country curriculum analysis is in Cambodia, we cover many content, and some content are not age appropriate. While in Singapore, they use the compatibility with the level of the student, more focused on problem solving skill. And the clarity in our Cambodian curriculum based on the learning outcome, broadcast learning outcome focus on three main career, three main points like knowledge, skill, and attitude. While the Singapore based on the learning experience, especially specific based on the learning activity. And also the coherence of the Cambodian curriculum, some content are not linked to the learning outcome within the across the year, while the Singapore curriculum linked across the year by the student learning experience, and also integrating the technology to support their teaching and learning. This is the reason that I have to do the comparison. I have done the comparison of geometry by the content between Cambodian and Singapore curriculum in primary school. This slide for primary school, we found that the Singapore curriculum very less content, and the Cambodian curriculum more content. Also, comparison the content like in the secondary school and upper secondary school, we also found that in the box, in the red box, we see there are many content. Sorry. There are many content that has been addressed in our geometry curriculum. That's why it is very difficult to student learning. And this is the example that we focus on the geometry curriculum comparison. I pick up as the sample just only in grade 1 due to the time is constraint for this presentation. So in the Cambodian context, you see here we have found see the curriculum more focused on learning outcome, while the curriculum in Singapore, they focus on learning experience, especially learning. They give opportunity to the student to have the opportunity like shown in this slide. And refer to the answer of the question 2 in order to follow by the analysis from the previous question. So the answer in the question 2 so that in order to improve better needs of students, the curriculum should strengthen its existing spiral approach by lightening the linkage between different topics so that geometry is seen as connected and coherent in making enterprise. Then to achieve this, it is critical that the curriculum has good coverage in terms of content, clarity, and coherence. And this is my conclusion that after analyze the comparison between both countries, through the comparison between geometry curriculum in Singapore and Cambodia, it is certain that the Cambodian geometry curriculum for general education is a bit higher than the Singapore geometry curriculum for the Cambodian general education student. And also there is too much content in the Cambodian curriculum need more deep student thinking. In contrast, the Singapore curriculum provide pure content and integrated technology to help teacher and student explore more geometrical understanding. And also the objective and learning outcome is still not yet clear by the content, while the Singapore has set a bit clearer then. And the linkage of the content, objective, learning outcome, and learning hour for each grade are still considered, while the Singapore focus more on student learning experience. And this is the implication and recommendation from my study. This study will benefit not only for Cambodian curriculum developer to look back at the issue of the previous curriculum, but also benefit other countries that have faced the same situation be considered in terms of the following implementation. And this is my main reference. And thank you for your attention. This is my email address that you can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So the next speaker is about the implementing problem posing in school mathematics worldwide. So Professor Yuma and Jinfa Tsai. Thanks for coming so late in the program.
Hello. Hi, can you see my slide as well? And can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, great.
Yes.
So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. So our topic today is implementing problem posing in school mathematics worldwide, promises and challenges. And I'm Yuan Ma, a PhD student from University of Delaware, and my co-presenter is Jinfa Kai, a professor in University of Delaware, and he's also the principal investigator of the problem posing based learning project supported by a grant from the National Science Foundation. Hi, Professor Jinfa Kai, do you want to say hi to people?
No, I don't. Go ahead, please.
So I start. So let's go to the research question today directly. What does a classroom look like when teachers implement problem posing in school mathematics? So before talk about this problem, we need to know what does problem posing is and what does a problem posing activity is. So I showed you this figure to help you understand what does a problem posing activity look like. And this figure is adapted from the problem posing based learning instructional model, which was posed by Tsai in 2022. So there are three sections of this model, basically. The first section is that the teachers present the students with a problem posing task. We can see an example here. So this problem posing task contains two components. One is the problem situation, and another is the problem posing prompt. We can see here's the situation is about Alina bought some sporting goods from the store, and the prompt is work in pairs to pose as many problems as you can. So after teachers present students with the problem posing task, the next step is about students pose problems. So here are some posed problems from a real classroom. I copied some of the students' responses. So we can see that there are some linguistic error, for example, for the first problem, how much does it cost? So it's not a problem. So after students pose the problem, our expectation is that students and teachers handle the posed problems. So basically, our topic today is about how the teacher and the students handle these posed problems. So we were thinking about this question from two aspects. One is from the literature and another is from the real teaching cases. So we went to the literature and I listed some of the studies from different countries and in different education levels. So here's how the authors described the ways of how teachers handle students posed problem. We can see that for the first study, the author described it this way. Students solve peers posed problem. So we were thinking about, are there any room for improvements? So for the second study, the author described it this way. The students critique and modify the posed problems. So the same question, are there any room for improvements? So the third study is about an analysis of 22 teaching cases, and there are many strategies here. The teachers analyze the problem, the teachers select from the problems, and the teachers direct the students to solve the problems. Even though there are many strategies, we are still wondering, is there any room for improvement? So here's some strategies from the literature. And next, we are going to a classroom teaching case. We got this teaching case from a middle school class in the US. So just to remind you of the figure I just showed. So for the first step, teachers are expected to present the students with the problem situation and the prompt. We can see that here's the problem situation, problem card 1 and problem card 2. And next is the prompt, work in pairs to pose as many problems as you can. So after presenting the posed problems, students are expected to pose problems. So here are some of the posed problems. And next, it should be teacher and students handle the posed problem. So what does the real classroom teaching look like? Let's say the teacher presents students with another problem card with an added question. How much will she pay for everything, including tax? And a date card with detailed information about price and the sales. And she directs the student to solve the problem, which was pre-designed, instead of solving the student's posed problem. So we were wondering here, where the students pose the problems and how the teacher will deal with these problems. We were thinking about there might be some difficulties for the teacher to teach through problem posing, because we know that this teacher is at a very early age in this problem posing based learning project, and she was trying to integrate problem posing into her teaching. It looks good, but it still has some room for improvements. So here are some difficulties we listed two here. One is that teachers are not familiar with teaching through problem posing. And another is teachers say they do not have enough time and they have the teaching goals to achieve. So we were thinking about they are not familiar with teaching through problem posing and they have some time constraints. What about we as researchers to present them with a well-structured figure or instructional model? So I used Tsai's problem posing based instructional model here for teachers to implement problem posing style in their teaching. So as we can see that the first three steps are somehow well researched. And today we are going to focus on step 4. There are 4 practices here: analyze, select, sequence, and solve the problems. So I will introduce these 4 instructional practices one by one.
2 minutes to conclude, please.
Okay. So here's the first practice, analyze. So we will see the analyze from 2 aspects: classify and modify. So classifying means that you can see the part I highlighted as yellow. So students only need to solve 1 problem of each kind. In this way, it saves teachers a lot of time and helps students better understand the problems so they can categorize them. So for the second step, it's about modifying the problem. We can zoom into question 5. So when a problem is not solvable, students and teachers can try to modify the problem from unsolvable to solvable, from unclear to clear. In this way, students can also better understand the problem. So the next part is about select. Select the problems that align with the teaching goals and align with students' cognitive levels, which means that we do not need to deal with very easy or unrelated problems or very challenging problems. The third instructional practice is sequence. So we view sequence as a very important instructional practices here, even though in the literature and in the real teaching case, sequence is not mentioned. But we still view it as very important because it gives teachers and students gradually achieving their learning goals and the teaching goals. And in this way, students can first face the easier problem and gradually to the challenging problems. It matches with the students' learning process. And for the last one, we view solving the problem as very important because, as we know, problem solving after problem posing can help students better understand the problem, can help students pose better problems. So here, when you see this problem now, the example I just showed. How will you handle this problem? We are not going to discuss it here, but we can think about it later. So we are calling for the international collaboration because we know that problem posing is popular around the world and in different educational levels. So we hope that teachers in different educational levels can try this instructional model and present more teaching cases for us to analyze this instructional model. And we also hope that teachers in using this instructional model and bring their professional knowledge to this instructional model to add some possible practices and develop more details for this problem posing instructional model. Here's my references, and here's our contact information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the last but not the worst, the final presentation is Professor Jepley Han, Stephen Huang, and Jin Fakai about also about the problem posing, but on learning, teaching and learning algebra. Please.
Hi everyone, my name is Jepley Han. Today I'm gonna present our small study, part of a larger NSF-funded project named Supporting Teachers to Teach Mathematics Through Problem Posing. Here, Stephen Huang and Jin Fakai also joined this presentation. Let's get started. So what is mathematical problem posing? Mathematical problem posing refers to formulating and expressing a problem or task based on a particular context. We call it problem context or problem situation. So on your left side, this is a very typical mathematical task. It comes with task situation, and then followed by two different mathematical questions. But in problem posing, you're going to see the same problem situation, but instead of presenting two questions, you replace them with one prompt, such as pose a similar problem that can be solved using the information in the table. Now you may wonder, why is mathematical problem posing important in mathematics education? So first, there are student challenges in middle school mathematics because there are sharp transitions to more abstract concepts like a variable equation or functions, especially in algebra. But algebra is often taught in very lecture-based and traditional ways due to the amount of content and time constraints. But problem posing actually first, Ed Silver characterized it as a departure from such teaching approaches, focusing on drill and practice or procedure fluency. And actually, problem posing offers students more autonomy by allowing them to explore mathematical concepts and ideas they're interested in. There are tremendous efforts to incorporate more problem posing tasks in curricula, but many published curricula around the world tended to lack consistent problem posing opportunities. This puts the onus of generating problem posing tasks on teachers, such as convert existing problem posing tasks into problem solving tasks into problem posing tasks that you guys just saw in the second slide, or teachers are creating entirely new problem posing tasks. But previous studies, previous research around the world, they mostly focusing on the official curriculum or intended or planned curriculum by analyzing problem posing opportunities in textbooks, or the implementation of these problem posing tasks, such as directly examining how students or teachers pose the problems, or the enactment of problem posing activities in classrooms. Or sometimes they are investigating the links or relationships between student learning outcomes and engagement in problem posing activities. our study for today's presentation, we focus on teachers' evaluation of a problem-posing tasks, which is closely related to teacher-intended curriculum. Why teachers' evaluation of mathematical tasks are important? Because problem posing in mathematics classrooms is currently reliant on mathematics teachers to design problem posing tasks, like converting existing problems or creating entirely new. And also, it is currently a critical issue to understand how teachers think about or evaluate different aspects of the problem posing tasks and how those aspects might or might not engage their students. So for this study, we wanted to characterize how teachers think about using problem-posing tasks in their instruction and how they evaluate the design of mathematical problem-posing tasks, particularly the choice of a problem-posing prompt for their students. So our research question was how do in-service middle school mathematics teachers who are working on incorporating mathematical problem posing into their instruction think about and evaluate the suitability of different problem posing prompts for their students and the learning goal of their lessons. As I mentioned, it's a part of ongoing longitudinal professional development research focused on how to support teachers to teach mathematics through problem posing. We interviewed 15 mathematics teachers from 2 middle schools last year. These were task-based interviews. We provided 3 mathematical problem posing tasks with different problem posing situations and prompts. This is one of the examples of the task. As you can see at the top, there's a problem posing situation and they're fully choose one of these 2 and provide their reasons why they prefer to use one over the other. Our analysis, we adapted Wang et al.'s characteristic of a teacher's perspectives on mathematically engaging and appropriately challenging curriculum materials. And we were able to identify the teachers' prompt preferences, and we categorized their reasons cited for justifying their prompt choices. Here's some highlights of the findings. Due to the time constraints, we try to concise them. The first one is teachers' decision-making depended on aspects of a given problem-posing situation, such as the context or the mathematical content or the visual representation in the given problem-posing tasks. Looking across all these 3 problem-posing tasks, teachers did not express consistent preference for one prompt over the other, but they are more like based on their anticipation of student challenges, they changed their prompt choices. The teacher's decision-making process depended on 2 key considerations. First one is increasing the accessibility of the task, and the second is challenging students to think more critically. So for example, the teachers wanted students to feel less intimidated so that they would remain engaged with the problem-posing task and not step away entirely from the problem-posing process. Many teachers wanted to use both prompts conditionally, such as depending on student prior knowledge or their familiarity with problem-posing routine to make better curricular decisions for their particular students.
2 minutes, please.
Yes. The findings of this study highlighted the tension between sharing autonomy and authority with the students and pursuing intended learning goals of a lesson. So for future study, we hypothesized that teachers' decision-making about problem-posing prompts was related to their concerns about accessibility, students' engagement, and challenge. But the specific implication of those concerns were moderated by characteristics of the problem-posing situation, such as student familiarity with the content. So to examine this hypothesis, the team is conducting follow-up studies, and the data collection and data analysis are ongoing. We're examining if there's any change of the teachers' views on problem posing and evaluation of a problem posing task over time, or is there any teachers' trajectories of a problem posing use. So we'd like to use this presentation as a call for international collaborations. First of all, teachers and teaching. We are conducting the current study, teachers' evaluation of the problem posing tasks. So probably you want to contact us and you want to conduct this interview study with your participants as well around the world. Or students and learning, the analysis of student responses to problem posing tasks, or their error occurred in problem posing processes, or the curriculum, like many of you already presented, textbook analysis is one of the possibility. We're planning to do US curriculum and China curriculum and Korea curriculum. So if you're very interested in doing that, please contact us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for closing in time. So I thank all the participants, and we had a very dynamical discussion ongoing in the chat. So I like these final minutes of this session to open the word to Professor Oshima and followed by Raimundo to answer and summarize the discussions that you had in the chat with some very good questions, important questions. Would you, Professor Oshima?
Sorry,
still here? Yes.
Yeah, of course, I'm here. I'm not professor, I'm a student, sorry. Thank you for the question, and we are so happy to have these kind of questions, and especially the question from Isoda Sensei. We do understand that terminologies and framework is different in each country, but we did carefully looking at the terminology so that we never miss that related topics. That's what we did. And in terms of framework, especially in the functional thinking, so we chose a relatively broader definition of functional thinking. It's not so specific based on the previous literatures. And in that, in so doing, many countries are not just teaching the linear, let's say linear function related topic for using linear function in the daily life. Like they are, they have some intention for teaching the, function, teaching linear function, not only to solve it in the test or, understand the content itself. It's more like broader, like improving the competency kind of thing. So in so doing, I think it's not that different, framework. We are not posing the totally different framework to each country's curriculum. Is it?
And what about the language issue that they raised in the chat?
Okay, language issue, Portuguese language.
Yes, thank you very much. Actually, language issue, we did not consider very much the Portuguese. Sorry, in Mozambique, the language is Portuguese, but we just look at the curriculum. How can I answer? We didn't consider very much, but actually, I think it affects the curriculum, so we have to consider more deeply in the next step, I think.
Yes, the self-similitude just started. We will continue tomorrow, But then I'd like to hear Professor Raimundo Olfos about the curriculum on preschool, because it's quite a new point of view.
Yes, thank you. In Chile, they didn't have 4 years ago a curriculum for kinder and pre-kinder, but now we have. What is important in the curriculum of kinder, at first it's important not only mathematics, the name is not mathematics, the name of the section is mathematical thinking. Yes. Even that the name is mathematical thinking, there exists some ideas, mathematical ideas that should be considered, like pattern and numbers and so on. Maybe it is good for, yes, we think it's good for our country, because when we compare the ability of our child that we did 600 students, we recognize that with respect to Spain, we are in our median is in the percentile 7. So we need a focus in mathematical understanding. So it's the situation of our country. Thank you.
Very good, very good. Do you want to say something, Professor Kaji? So good to see you.
Thank you. I am just listening. It's a very interesting discussion.
Yes. So, Professor Vivian?
It's interesting that linear functions, following Professor Isoda's comment, linear function is usually in many curriculum the first encounter that kids have with the formal definition of functions. So, and it is hard to imagine what would be another entry point to functions rather than the linear one. But maybe there are other approaches.
Yes, if inside the mathematics, when we find nonlinear objects, we try to approximate and estimate by linear ones, because it's the language of a linear algebra to approach the complex things. This is the theory for manifolds and the surfaces and the curved objects to get close by linear thinking. So the linear thinking, I think that it is a very good point to entrance to mathematical thinking, not just to the concept of abstract concept of function, because the function needs the variability. But then what's the variable, what's the parameter, and what is being measured? So I think that the world of mathematics will grow from this discussion. So thank you very much for your insight, Professor Kavi. Anybody else? Vivian, Professor Isoda? Because of the advancing of the time, and our talk will continue tomorrow with the panel discussion on the sub-theme of transitions across the mathematics curriculum. So if nobody else wants to say, I would like to close the session. Has been a wonderful, wonderful conference so far. Professor Weihawk, can you?
Yeah, I have nothing to say. Thank you very much for being the session chair. It is, I agree with you that it's been a very interesting session.
Well, thank you for organizing and thank you for chairing.
Okay, so see you all tomorrow.
See you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All you, Catherine, Maitri, everybody.
Great to see you, Yuriko, Weihawk, Masami.
See you.
Good night.
Good
Thank you
night.
very much, all.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yes, Pierre. See you tomorrow.
Instead of April showers.
Thank you very much for attending today's ICDME Tsukuba Conference 2023 International Cooperation Development in Mathematics Education. We learned a lot from the insightful presentations from our speakers. And to all the participants on YouTube, thank you very much for being with us until now, and see you tomorrow.
Thanks, folks, and
Yeah, thank you so much.
Luckily, I have a long vacation, so I could attend that.
Oh, yeah.
No, Thailand's vacation?
Yes,
Songkran?
the whole week. Yes,
Songkran.
Songkran,
Oh,
day
good.
before yesterday,
Ah,
and
wish you
another 2
happy
days.
Songkran.
Yeah. Yes, I'm in Konkan.
Thank you very much this morning too.
So these few days you had a very wet festival.
Oh, yes. It's very hot, 40 Celsius degree.
Oh, it's so hot in Konkan.
Yes, it's very hot. 39, it's cram up 38, 39, 40.
Before I must ask Masami, the YouTube has closed, right? Transmission
YouTube already closed?
Close.
YouTube. YouTube.